presented by Lemma Technologies. We will bring industry experts and leaders from the OOH ecosystem who will share their insights on a wide range of topics under the sub-theme of Digital OOH. E4M Out of Home Conference will include a mix of standalone speakers, fireside chats, and panel discussions. But before we move ahead, we would like to thank our partner without whom this day wasn't possible. Our presenting partner, Lemma, Omni-Channel SSP for emerging formats. May I draw your attention to the screen as you play their AV. Let's have a look. So an action-packed next 3 months for the E4M team. Can you have a huge round of applause for the team as well? They've been putting up a great show. Day one was very exciting. Day two brings in that adrenaline rush. And day one, we saw a lot of interesting campaigns, but there's some really exciting campaigns. There are these 10 cards on your tables, respective tables. All you have to do is scan your QR code right there with your mobile phones, and you can see some really interesting work done in the digital OOH category. Well, Lemma, a big thank you to you and your team. And ladies and gentlemen, we will also be tweeting, as we all know, on the Exchange for Media's official Twitter page using the hashtag. The hashtag is right there on top. You can't miss it. It's hashtag E4M Neons OOH. Make sure you keep the conversations going online as well by sharing your thoughts, experiences, and also, just in case you have any questions that you missed out or you wish to ask our speakers, other than meeting you in person, one-on-one, they'll be happy to interact with you online as well. Also, if you want to view the conference agenda for today, scan the QR code on your name badges. That's all you have to do. And we are in a digital world, so that's very much possible. Now, let's start off with our global keynote address. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm super excited to invite our global keynote speaker on stage. She's the CEO of The Pioneer, at world's #1 AI and computer vision-based platforms, providing real-time audience measurement and shopper engagement for digital out-of-home and retail. She started her career at L'Oreal and held several finance and general management positions in Asia, the latest being GM for L'Oreal Luxury Division in Taiwan. She then co-founded Compare Asia Group, Asia's leading financial marketplace present in 6 countries. She graduated from INSEAD and ESCP Europe Business School in France. She will deliberate on beating expectations and audience and engagement measurement solutions. So put your hands together and invite on stage Ms. Letitia Lim, CEO QVD. Let's welcome her with a thunderous round of applause.
That's giving me a lot of pressure. Thank you so much. I don't deserve that. Okay. Hi, nice meeting you. Okay, so good morning, everyone. So it's a real pleasure to be here today. It's my first time in India, and I can feel since yesterday how vibrant Mumbai is. And based on what I've heard yesterday, and I'm sure today will be the same, there's exciting times coming for out of home in India. So definitely looking forward to crack the 4% glass ceiling together. So maybe before I start, I'd like to thank the team of Exchange for Media for the invitation. And before I invite you to join me to travel the world with actually sharing how your counterparts, out-of-home and digital out-of-home players, have been getting back to growth after COVID, and also preparing themselves to tap into future growth. Just allow me to introduce you who we are very briefly. So I need to get the, okay, here we go. It works. So Quividi, we actually the leading and audience measurement solution dedicated for digital out-of-home and retail media. So we've been around since 7 years. We actually started the space out of France, so we're a French company, and today we've been serving hundreds of clients around the world with our 6 sales offices in New York, in London, in Barcelona in Europe, and also serving APAC through Singapore, Taiwan, and Sydney in Australia. So as you can see here, we have actually a wide range of clients in out-of-home space, from leading shopping mall in US or Australia, like Westfield, you know, a preferred brand in Australia, or you will recognize, you know, Harrods in UK, I'm sure, or Middle East, Al Arabia are also our client, but we're also operating in what we call food retail, and you'll know more about that space later on, like 7-Eleven in Taiwan, where we are powering 7,000 screens for more than 12 years, or you know, CVS or Kroger, I mean, the top grocers in US. And last but not least, we're also present in outdoor. So no matter we talk about Clear Channel, bus shelters in Singapore, or Electromedia, #1 transportation network in Brazil, but also actually the iconic big billboard in Piccadilly Circus, powered by Ocean Outdoor for years with our technology. So next to our blue chip client, we actually are by far the most integrated solution, upstream and downstream. Upstream with Intel, Samsung, our solution can run actually embedded into those screens and players, but also downstream with actually ad tech platform like Hivestack, Vista, or Proton, where we have built native integration. So today in India, if you guys are interested, we just plug and play, because we are doing that already somewhere else. So that's who we are. And by looking at this variety of network, type of network, actually it has enabled us throughout the years to understand the challenge and the priorities of each type of networks. And based on that, we build specific playbooks to actually help them to transition successfully from slot-based buying, selling, and to audience impression selling. And I will not lie to everybody to say that you just do that in a click. It's not true. It's a journey, so it has to be progressive. And what matters to Quividi over the 17 years where we work to grow this market and drive adoption in various countries is to be able to help the network to deliver value for growth at each step of the journey, no matter where you are. Okay? And that's very important, because we talk about digital out of home, we talk about war, whatever, but you guys have all a reality and a legacy to deal with. So we cannot ignore that if we want together to drive the adoption and bring value in the long run. So that really matters to us, to insist that it is a journey and it is progressive. I'm going to finish with the solution. So basically how the solution works, hope the video works, yeah. So we use video sensors and AI to enable to collect in real time impressions and qualify audiences like age, genders, and engagement. So that's how the solution works with cars, with body and face detection capabilities. So let me now take you through that journey, like I said, by first starting to share how do we see the growth coming in the space worldwide. We see 2 major growth drivers right now. The first one, I mean, you saw the introduction, the great video from Lema. It's what we call programmatic digital out-of-home, PDO. So PDO is today the driving force of digital out-of-home. And this is an example of US market. You can see here that actually it's gonna be $660 million US, so about 1/4 of the digital out-of-home revenue in US this year. But it's not going to stop here, because it's going to continue to grow by more than 30 to 35% year on year to actually reach more than $1 billion US within less than 2 years. So what's happening in US is actually happening everywhere else. Just let me share with you, for example, UK, it will grow 60% this year, PIDU, and reach 120 million, US dollar this year, counting for more than 10% of the digital out-of-home revenue this year. In Australia, if you go further, actually 8 brands out of 10 has already traded programmatically in out-of-home. And half of them are saying they're going to continue to do so regularly. In Japan, closer to us, Liveboard, that you guys may know, it's the leading PIDU platform there. They grow 600% last year. So just few figures to tell you that the adoption is actually global. So PIDU is growing fast, it's driving the growth in our industry. Now it could grow even faster. How? Thanks to better data and better targeting capabilities. Those words, you saw them, just before in Lema's video as well. So real-time audience data, more precise, more accurate, better targeting capabilities to reassure and convince advertisers that digital out-of-home and out-of-home is a place to invest into. And it delivers return on investment. The second key driver, and that's the one that, for us, we really have this wow effect when we look at the figures, it's retail media. So I don't know to what extent retail media is getting into India, but I think it's worth to share with you guys that it's really the talk of the town today. I was in New York in January, I was in Europe in February for trade shows, and it's on everybody's lips. So what is retail media? This is an example of online retail media spend in US, where you can see that the figures and the scale of the figures are really not the same. 45 billion today, 20% already this year. And it's going to grow to above 100. This is only retail media online. Now, why do I show you online data when we are talking today about physical world? Because actually what's coming in the in-store retail media, in the physical world where we all work hard, is actually even more exciting. Because you see here that the top grocery stores, the Walmart, Target, Walgreens, CVS, they have actually more traffic in-store than online. And they realize that it's a huge untapped opportunities for them. So if they want to go and fight and battle against Amazon, who own 90% of the retail media online, they have actually a unique place in store. Their stores where Amazon is much weaker than they are. It's their sweet spot. So now there's millions and millions of dollars getting into the in-store retail media space in US. And we see that in Europe as well. It's the same in Australia. Okay? In Taiwan, we are powering 7-Eleven. They've been doing that 7,000 screens for years. So that is a very interesting venue for us. And what does it mean in terms of the way we monetize the screen in those physical in-store retail media space? It means that they will require more quality data. Why? Because retail media was born online. And as we all know, online today, no matter the challenges they have, honestly have the best data set ever. Simply because they can close the attribution loop. Because all the data online are first-party sales data, first-party audience data. So they can demonstrate to advertisers that when you spend money, what you see as an ad online, actually, how does it translate into what you buy? And that makes them today, in every market where we are, grabbing more than half to 60% of the total media spend. So definitely those brands are willing to spend in the physical space, in store. They're excited, right? Because this is even getting closer to the shoppers. And no matter what we say, 70% of the purchasing decision is happening in the physical world, despite how e-commerce is growing today. So, of course, they're going to spend dollars there, but they want the same type of quality data. Because they're used to that. They've been spending billions in online, so they're going to spend also billions in store if you can give them the same data set. So, of course, in store you have sales data, first-party sales data when you're a retailer. So that's done. Now, what else do you have? Not much. Big question. Because you also need to prove that ad exposure, engagement has been done, and that it contributes to sales. So basically, what we see going on is that the retailers will choose audience solution for their in-store retail media that will enable them to gather first-party data that will enable them to prove ad exposure in order to enable attribution, to get closer as possible to the online metrics so that they can speak the same language to advertisers and try to win over omnichannel campaigns. So that's what we see going on, in North America, in some region in APAC, and in Europe as well. So, like I said, these two growth drivers, P2, retail media, are what drive the industry in what we see across the board. Now, to capture the full potential of that, they will demand higher quality data. So I've been talking about quality data. So how do we think we can define a high fidelity data in our space? 4 components. It is a first party data. It's a data that you guys own and it's unique to your venue. And you are not dependent anymore of whatever third party data that probably with some regulations will be heavily impacted. Like we see in US, in France, because of the privacy laws and the device ID regulation took by Apple or the big handset manufacturers, they are getting less and less mobile data. So those who build the majority of their model based on mobile data today are challenged because they are getting less of that. So then how can you deliver accurate data if your sample just shrinked? So that is a key point. Own and build and nourish your first-party data. The second element of first-party data for us has to be closer to what I call the ground truth. So there's no proxy, there's no extrapolation that would be accepted unless it's accurate and proven accurate. That when I count impression or I say I have delivered impression, I actually can prove you that there was people watching that campaign in front of that screen. And because budgets are getting scarce, you can imagine how advertisers, are. It's not only in India that we see, budget getting scarce. It's all over the place. So ground truth, getting close to that is key. Real time, it's a guarantee somehow, somewhere of ground truth as well, because you can witness as an advertiser into a dashboard. You can access live dashboard, and you can see your impression growing up. So you know people are in front of that screen and engaging with your campaign. So real time is not only reassuring to advertisers in terms of freshness of the data, but it's also, I would say, opening a large opportunity in terms of creativity, in terms of how you can build more effective campaigns, real time, how you can do the same like online, be able to deliver the right content to the right audience at the right moment. So that is what online can bring to you guys. The last is the choice you make, because we are in the physical world, it's complicated. Okay? It's not like you change a website and you're done. The physical world, you have a screen, you don't move the screen all around like you want. You don't change the cable, you have Wi-Fi connection, all those things issue. So the solution you invest in, we think it has to be safe for today and tomorrow. So safe for today means that even you don't get yet into programmatic digital out of home, you can still use those quality data to monetize at best your network. Tomorrow, if you want to tap into programmatic, they are actually the best data you have available to connect the pipe with omnichannel advertising and media budget. It's also tomorrow's proof because privacy is coming. So I don't know how much privacy is in India. In one day, I cannot grasp it, but we French company, I can tell you, GDPR, okay, Privacy Act was born in France. And it was officialized in 2018. But QuiVidi, we were already demanded to speak to the authority starting from 2010. So we're French. So I think being able to invest in a solution that make you safe and protect you from being, challenged by any privacy regulation, which is going to change later on, it's also, something you have to take into account. And last is future-proof, because the day we can tap into omni-channel budget, which are mainly guided by TV standard or online standard, you need to have sophisticated data points so that it's as frictionless for you as possible. And we will not require new investment or erasing whatever you built to restart whatever and justify the gaps. So that's how we see first-party data. Now I'm going to spend some time to share examples about, how our clients around the world have been leveraging quality data to drive incremental revenues. Because at the end, it's all about generating more revenues. Okay? It has to make sense. When you invest, it has to make sense that you get back. So just to share with you different type of usage that we see. The first major usage we see is how to create new monetization models based on high-fidelity data. So there are different examples, like guaranteed impression. If your data is real-time and it's close to the ground truth, you have the capability to guarantee impression. Like our client, right in March 2020, I remember when COVID strikes in New York, all the Westfield shopping centers shut down. Then they have to reassure advertisers that traffic is back in New York. So they decided to launch guaranteed impression in July 2020, 3 months after COVID strikes. And they were so surprised that they win over back budget. And today, their media revenue is back to 2019 level, a little bit higher, and it starts to grow. So advertisers feel reassured to come back. And because of that, even now, COVID is somehow behind all of us, they decided to keep this business model. So they are not selling on slot basis anymore. They keep selling on guaranteed impression because they think it's a unique differentiator versus other, out-of-home, digital out-of-home network in US. The second example closer to us is in Singapore, where Clear Channel is actually selling on audience impression, and advertisers are buying on that base. So I'm going to spend some time here to share with you, this Asia First initiative. So they use so they're in bus shelters in Singapore, and they use our footfall and vehicle counting to collect real-time impressions. Then we calculate for them what we call impression multipliers, because our media is not a one-to-one, it's a one-to-many. So actually, one audience are seeing more content than just one. So it's really pity to underestimate the impression you can deliver. So we provide them impression multipliers, compliant with IAB standard, and they just deliver it seamlessly to Hivestack, Broadsign, and Vista. Every day, it's automatically pushed in real time whenever an advertiser or an agency is buying inventories of Clear Channel bus shelters. So everything just flows in real time. Now, there are cases where Quivity's data is not the only data stack used, okay? So be transparent. There's legacy systems and things like that. So the way some of our clients are doing in Europe, for instance, like in Italy, the major train station network, they use our data as a backbone, and they add layers of other data. Why? Because what they're trying to do is to speak the language of TV advertisers, to speak the language of online advertisers, so that they can win over part of that budget. So they use our data, plus add mobile data or other type of census data to be able to speak that language. GRPs, online metrics, so that they can also tap into that omni-channel budget. Okay? The second main application we see of high-fidelity data is actually campaign effectiveness. So what do we call campaign ad effectiveness? This is a study by Nielsen and Catalina in US, where actually the key elements for advertising effectiveness are creative, the quality of the creative, 47%, reach and brand coming second and third. Now, if you look at all those elements, you realize that 2/3 of those elements, okay, are actually things you can improve thanks to high-fidelity data. Why? Because the creative, if you know at the very details that this campaign resonates with a specific target audience, you can work on the creativity of your campaign moving forwards as a marketer. If you can, in real time, trying to personalize and show a more relevant content to the audience in front of that screen at that moment, you can basically engage better, okay, and have a more effective campaign result out of that. So I'm going to share with you an example of how you do real-time optimization and engagement. With a short video here, I hope it works. Can you?
As owner-operators of both Westfield and its out-of-home media network, we are in a unique position when it comes to digital planning and buying within the Westfield Living Centre environment.
QVD is the leading audience and campaign intelligence platform for digital out-of-home. In Australia, we have been powering the Westfield Smart Screen network for the past 5 years.
When we were first approached to do this, we were very excited that this was the first time that this type of technology was going to be tested in Australia.
In partnering with Quividi and Optus for this effectiveness study, we now have tangible evidence that we are capable of engaging with specific audiences in the most effective way.
Our solution is able to detect whether the audience approaching a screen is male, female, younger, mature, or a family. We designed the scenario to maximize the window of opportunity to trigger in real time the relevant ad to the right audience.
The campaign has exceeded our expectations, with real-time optimisation driving a measurable increase in views, engagement and efficiency. Working in partnership with BrandSpace, we were able to really dig into how each of those demographics responded to the targeted content. That's really valuable insight that helps us fine-tune our strategy moving forward.
So the lady you see here on the screen, Angela, she's actually the marketing director of Optus, which is the number 2 telco company in Australia. She is the budget owner of all the media budget, TV, print, out-of-home, etc. And actually, after this campaign, she decided to sign a yearly advertising contract with Westfield to advertise every day on Westfield Network, just because she can, after every single campaign, see whether or not she managed to increase, like she said, engagement, views, and efficiency. So Westfield signed a multi-million Australian dollars contract with Optus after that campaign. So that's, I would say, a concrete example of how you make your impressions worth more than what you used to do. So you could also do experiential, okay, at-scale campaign in a very easy way. So that's an example of Postoscope in US, running a GMC interactive campaign, driving 50% more traffic to the store during that campaign. Or if you're a marketer and you are Westfield, you want to give access to, in US to Chanel, Netflix, or Optus in Australia, a marketing team can access the data to see how each campaign, how each creative inside the campaign resonate or not with different audience groups, so that it feeds their thinking about marketing strategy and how to improve their campaign moving forwards. So I'm done here, and before I finish, so just would like to give you 3 key takeaways that I invite you to bring back for food for thoughts, okay? The first one is, what we see is PDU and in-store retail media are the 2 major growth drivers in our space globally, and they will enable networks to tap into incremental omni-channel budget, but that will require higher fidelity data than what, some of us are giving today. The second key takeaway is what I just described here is not something that will happen in 10 years. It's happening. There are network, best-in-class network in different markets which are leading the way, and they've been using that to trade and transact every day. And basically, they've been using that to create new monetization models to generate more revenue, and also to prove and provide to their client advertisers more effective campaign, more engaging campaigns. And that's how they anchor those accounts. And last but not least, this is an opportunity, for all the networks to get into that journey of transitioning from a purely slot-based to a more audience, based selling models, and maximize further the media revenue. And not doing that, it's a bit like going against the wind. So sooner or later, it's a kind of opportunity loss. So welcome everybody on board to that. It's a journey, it's progressive. Doesn't mean that they have to switch 100%, that it doesn't mean that it has to be mountains of millions of dollars of investment right away. It's not how it happens in other places. So thank you very much. Merci à tous. and welcome to have questions if you have.
I think that was a wonderful start to the day two conference. A big round of applause for Letitia, everybody. And may I take this moment to thank her for her insights, her in-depth knowledge, and her expertise on this subject. We'd also request Mr. Gulab Patil, founder and CEO Lemma, to join us on stage to present a memento on behalf of the entire team. Let's welcome Mr. Gulab Patil with a huge round of applause, everybody. Let's keep the applause going, everybody, as we thank Letitia for her time and her presence in this morning session. Thank you so much, sir, for doing the honors. Thank you so much, Letitia. Wow, after that wonderful start to day two, I'm looking forward to what's coming up next. But the question is, how much OOH has evolved? Are we 100% accurate when we call ourselves digital? Our next fireside chat on transforming out-of-home landscape will answer some or many of these questions. And to deliberate on the same, we have two key leaders from the industry. Let me introduce them. Ajay Mehta, the founder and MD for Interactive Television and MD, Kinetic India, India's leading out-of-home advertising agency under Group M, which caters to one of the biggest out-of-home spenders like Zomato, Netflix, Coca-Cola, and many more. Also, our session chair will be the Chief Operating Officer for Ad On More, India's largest digital screen network. He has built and scaled businesses across a wide range of consumer internet companies in the last 15 years. He has also led revenue functions across 3 large digital media and entertainment ventures, be it CFI, Daily Hunt, and Share IT. So let's welcome our session chair, Mr. Rajiv Dhal, and a big round of applause for Mr. Ajay Mehta. Let's welcome the two gentlemen on stage with a round of applause. Over to the two gentlemen.
Hi, good morning, everyone. Ajay, would you like to sit or stand? We could do it because just to keep the people alive. Yeah. So, good morning, everyone. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to this fireside chat at Neon's 4th or 5th conference. So, congratulations to Exchange for Media team and thanks for inviting us. I represent Ad On More, which is the largest digital out-of-home publisher in India. And we are joined by Mr. Ajay Mehta in today's fireside chat. And Ajay generally doesn't need any introduction. He's a celebrity in the OOH media world. He's added a lot of change and bringing a lot of transformation in the industry. So Ajay, welcome to this fireside chat.
Can you hear me?
Ajay will need a mic.
Okay. I guess I'm
Yeah.
naturally loud. Yeah.
So welcome to this chat. And you have led transformation in the industry for many years. You've been driving current transformation and defining future rules. We have a lot to learn today and get a download from you. And so welcome.
Thank you.
So we are observing, the industry is observing a lot of transformation right now with various technologies interplaying, infrastructure changing, a lot of new companies. Thanks to Lim, Letitia, thank you. I think this was a great presentation and a lot to learn. Now, you've been observing change. Now, change we can potentially see with technology is either building transparency like we saw in terms of reach of media itself, which has been a kind of a question that has been bothering brands and marketers for many years. It also helps in bringing agility in terms of turnaround time. Today, on various digital platforms, out-of-home platforms, you can activate a campaign on the fly, which was not the case in terms of what we saw earlier. So there is transformation happening. Today, reach can be figured out transparently, agility, interactivity. Today, I can hear out the audiences, which was not the case earlier. You can interact with various media. How do you see this change and what's the future?
Hi, thank you. And firstly, I don't think even half of what Rajiv said about me is true. So that's a marketeer's exaggeration, but thank you nevertheless. Firstly, I want to talk about what is digital out of home, right? I don't think the industry at large understands what is digital out of home. Most of the time, if there's a screen put up at any point, at any place, people assume that is digital out of home. For me, that is not. I mean, all we are doing is you're changing a static image to a video or a GIF or whatever, but that really doesn't qualify. For me, anything which is powered by ad tech, right, where technology is an enabler to make it more contextual, to make it more relevant, that is digital out of home. And if we put that filter or look at DOH from that prism, we are really at the first stage or taking baby steps in this direction. So let's get that out of the way. We are very early in the DOH revolution or the DOH journey. As far as measurement, as far as analytics and everything else is concerned, when you're asking me that question, what I was remembering was a quote from David Ogilvy, which said 50% of advertising is wasted, but the question is which 50%, right? So when we move down this route or this journey of enabling advertising through technology and data, what we are doing is ensuring that 50% wastage reduces, if not goes away, and makes the whole thing more relevant. I'm pretty new to the out-of-home space, but when I joined, I looked at the overall TY/NY numbers, which Group M publishes every year, and I found a really weird trend when it came to out-of-home. If you really look at it from a 5-year perspective and add inflation to it, this industry hasn't grown, right? It probably grows less than inflation. I'm not talking about the COVID years, but just overall, if you look at it, COVID years obviously dampened us even further. And one of the reasons, according to me, why this is the case is that there was no measurement around it. There was no knowing. We did not move with the times. We did not move into the digitized world. We were the oldest medium, and we seem to be happy being the oldest medium. What this revolution, which you spoke about, the modern infrastructure, the technology, what it does is it brings the oldest industry into the digital world. And as we move in that direction, we have an opportunity of becoming not an industry which is not growing, but probably the fastest growing segment of the media industry.
Sure, I think that opens up a lot of interesting questions. Switching very quickly to the next part, which again I will bring up Letitia's presentation. Data is gold. Now DOH or OOH will become DOOH largely with data intervention, like you just mentioned. Now data could be used for audience indicators, their preferences, location-based indicators. So let me quickly tell you at like 30 seconds on it. So Add-on-Mo, we have built around a screen network of 30,000 plus. By end of the year, we should be 50,000 plus screens. And we are capturing a lot of first-party data at a location level, at an audience level, their preference, their engagement with media with regards to dwell time, with regards to their interaction, how are they behaving when they're seeing the ad, various things. So first party data on how can I plan better, etc. Now, so that's what we are trying to do our bit to the digital side of the business. How do you see this happening across a larger expanse of out of home? Data coming into play, data being utilized and data being trusted. In previous presentation, I was about to ask Letitia saying, you are saying this data, perfect. Is there a third-party layer of validation? Do you see that happening in due course? Or how will this data story shape up?
So I read somewhere 80% of the data stored on the internet is location-based data, right? And what is out of home? It is location-based advertising. So the relevance of data to out-of-home advertising or location data to out-of-home advertising cannot be overstated. So let's get that completely clear. You spoke about third-party verification, of course. I mean, one of the faults of this industry or of this ecosystem is that we haven't united in the way some of the other industries or some of the other mediums have. Getting third-party verification is an essential, and not just from anyone, from an extremely credible source. I mean, I don't even think, I mean, it's funny that in 2023 we are even debating or talking about that. That's a given. And the quicker we move into that direction, the better it is. The question is, how do you go about it? How do you make sure it is credible? How do you make sure it is accepted by the industry? Today, you spoke about add-on more and the 30,000 screens going to 50,000 screens. Just a basic back of the envelope calculation, and we were just discussing it earlier, would actually make add-on more larger than some of the leading print media owners or the reach which the print media provides. But when it comes to your share or the share of even digital out of home in the total pie, you can't even compare it to print. So therein lies the opportunity, and that you're just one of the players, right? Taking that as an example. And you look at it touch point after touch point, digital network after digital network, and the opportunity is immense. I mean, as I said earlier, we are one of the oldest mediums. Digital out of home and data intervention can make us the newest medium. Digital out of home is a separate medium as far as I'm concerned than traditional out of home. It is at a cusp, we are at an inflection point. If we get it right, we are poised for 10 years or 20 years of superlative growth. If we get it wrong, we're going to be living in a flat industry with hardly any growth, an anarchic way of functioning. So according to me, there's no choice. The quicker we do this, the better it is. And what I find is every network or every agency is going down its own direction with no common standards, with no common parameters on how to judge audiences, etc. And that needs to change.
Absolutely. I think you are absolutely right. I think we need to come together as an industry and identify various. So natural segue from this discussion becomes talking about the elephant in the room, ROI modeling. If I'm putting X amount, what am I getting in return? And that leads to attribution. So a lot of times we have observed, in fact, to our teams, we've got a pretty large team of 200 plus people. We tell them, don't pick up budgets that are like mercy money. We use that term. I learned from someone recently. No mercy money, because if you take mercy money, you get it once, you kill the client forever. So that's, so with lack of attribution and with lack of data which will bring to attribution, there will be challenges in terms of growth, etc. So what is the industry doing as per, say, Kinetic is the largest agency, Group M has the largest access to brands and information, everything. What do you think in terms of attribution and ROI modeling, where we should be knowing audiences, interaction? There should be, like we just saw in the previous presentation, a marriage between devices and measuring individuals and maybe not their IDs. India will adopt a GDPR plus. We are going to do Control C, Control V, and add 5 more points. It's going to be complex data management future. With that as a given, How will ROI models get built? And how will attribution shape up?
So firstly, what we are doing, I'm not going to reveal in this room. A lot of my friends and competitors are sitting over here. So that's not something I'm going to talk about. But firstly, I think before I answer your question directly, do people in the room realize that it is a responsibility as media owners, as media agencies to provide ROI to clients? That is, for me, the essential question. When someone invests in our medium, it is our responsibility to showcase what we deliver for them. If we don't, like you said, and I like the term mercy money, we'll be doing a disservice not just to the client, but to ourselves, and the industry will never grow. Attribution today, when everyone has a smartphone in their pocket, and like I spoke earlier about location data being widely available, is something which is very easy to do. It is something which is naturally one should be doing it. And if you ask me why enough of it is not happening, is because I don't think we've upskilled or upgraded our teams, our work, the people in this industry, to be able to do that. Till the time we don't do that, any kind of ROI calculations, ROI modeling is not going to be, is not going to happen in a meaningful manner. The first step before you go down on this journey is to upgrade and upskill our own selves and bring ourselves and the entire ecosystem into this digital and data-driven world. The moment you do that and you can confidently speak about ROI and stuff like that to clients, and your orientation changes. Today there are enough models available from the digital ecosystem which can be adapted and applied to the out-of-home world. So the first thing for me is actually to start with our own people.
Fantastic. I think that is a very critical point that you've highlighted. Adoption will be a function of knowledge and acceptance of change around. Completely with you. There can't be a discussion that can be completed today without artificial intelligence. Google has released a kind of an answer to ChatGPT called Bard. Again, not available in the European Union for their own GDPR norms, etc. Now, artificial intelligence, can it be applied in OH? Seems like a far-fetched thought, but if you think about it, it could be used for various things. It could be used for dynamic creative optimization. It could be used for measurement. It could be used for mood and kind of a sentiment analysis on if I saw the creative, was I upset, happy, etc. Unlimited scope that comes to mind. Process automation is the least. Honestly speaking, programmatic in digital is largely to step one is automation. In artificial intelligence usage, that goes without saying. Looks like out-of-home industry will have to leap and jump and move to the next stage and maybe adopt the future of technology today. How do you see artificial intelligence, which is going to be touching everybody's life and every business, every brand, and OOH, and where do you think that collaboration can happen?
So, you gave some examples of where it can be used. According to me, the first stage where it can get used is predictive analysis, right? What is the reach which a campaign can deliver that can be predicted through artificial intelligence? We all speak about measurement, but measurement is a post facto event. It begins with actually predicting, or for us as an industry, which is between 2, 3, 4%, depending on which report you go by, is to first convince the client to invest in this medium, and there artificial intelligence can play a huge role. Also, the Internet of Things, right? Object recognition, face recognition, mood recognition, all of those can help us calculate the ROIs in a much stronger manner. something which this industry is not doing much or doing it very slowly. People or organizations who will move down this journey will create a lot of value, such as what you guys have created with your fundraise, and I think that's just the first step in a long journey. It will also convince a lot of clients to invest a lot more, because if we keep playing in the out-of-home pie, it's one of the last budgets to get approved. A lot of it is mercy money. A lot of it is savings from another medium. But the moment you bring artificial intelligence and other technologies into this, what you're doing is you're opening up to reach out to the digital budgets, which we all know today are the larger budgets. And there is a certain fatigue which is already coming into digital advertising, which set into out-of-home advertising a few years ago. And the moment you use technologies like this, you're refreshing not just digital, but also out-of-home. And answering questions and talking in a language which clients today speak internally and expect to be spoken to. So for me, artificial intelligence is a huge game changer. It's something which we are investing in, and we think that is going to be the next leap forward for the out-of-home industry.
Perfect. I think that was very reassuring that you are adopting it, and you will be guiding the path for the industry as well. We are happy to collaborate as a company. We work closely, and we are sitting on a lot of data that we believe can be leveraged, etc. So conclusion looks like there is no way that data, technology, artificial intelligence will not intervene with out-of-home. Like you said, manpower needs to be equipped fast. We need to accept, enable, move on. I think we need to take a pledge that next year when we are back in the conference, today I want you to rate where do we stand on digital transformation. You are driving, so you can give a number, and next year we should be at least 2 points ahead of that. And give some advice to all friends, colleagues, and industry veterans sitting in the hall on what should be done to make this move faster.
So to rate it on a scale of 0 to 10, I think we are at probably 0.1 or 0.2. I think we are that slow. And I think, as you spoke, India specializes in leaping technologies, right? We go from one generation of technology to the fifth, missing 2, 3, 4. And that's really my ambition for not just Group M out-of-home and Kinetic, but also for the industry at large. So I think in a year's time, we should be reaching 3, 4. If we don't, we're doing a disservice to ourselves. And sorry, what is
any other advice that
so
can
the
make
first,
things faster?
I have only 2 pieces of advice and 2 pieces of thoughts, rather. I'm nobody to advise anyone, but 2 pieces of thoughts are: first, recognizing that change is the only constant. And if we don't change with the times, we'll get left behind. And if we recognize and accept that, which is always difficult, because we are set in our ways. A lot of people have been in the media industry for the last 20, 30 years and never needed to change that much. Is first recognizing that change is the only constant, and the world belongs to people who change with the times, otherwise you get left behind. And second is upskilling yourselves and our teams to capture this opportunity. You do these 2 things, the opportunity is extremely large. The opportunity is now, and as the previous speaker spoke, globally it is already happening. So there's no reason why it shouldn't happen here. But it begins with ourselves, about our own recognition that we need to change, and then moving in that direction to actually make that change.
Fantastic. So I am very motivated. As Add-on Mo, we are committed, and we would like to contribute, inching from 0.1 to maybe 4 next time. We need a leap jump. Thanks a lot for your time, and thanks for being so patient with us.
Thank you so much.
Can you have a huge round of applause for the 2 gentlemen? May I request you to be in front of the stage for a quick photo op. We thank you for enlightening us with your thoughts and your expertise. And may I also welcome on stage Mr. Shiv Kumar, Chief Marketing and Passenger Experience Officer at Manohar International Airport, to present a memento to our fireside chat speakers. A big round of applause for Mr. Shiv Kumar as he joins us to present a memento on behalf of the team. Can you have a huge round of applause for Mr. Ajay Mehta and for Mr. Rajiv Dhal for their presence on stage and for sharing their thoughts and experience. And thank you, Mr. Shivkumar, for doing the honors. And now it's time to move on to our next session. But before we proceed, we'd like to share an audiovisual by our presenting partner, Lemma. So may I draw your attention to the screen. And there are these amazing 10 cards on your respective desks. You can just scan the QR code and view those interesting campaigns and creatives done in the digital out-of-home category. With this, let's move on to our next fireside chat. Today is a time when we are more connected to our respective screens than human beings. In fact, thanks to COVID, we've now interacted with humans via various virtual platforms. But these connected technologies have boosted the scope of reaching more people and see the results of activities. Our next session will emphasize on combining the worlds of connected screens and DOOH advertising in India. And let me introduce the speakers. Mr. Sharat Chandra, Shirty as he is fondly called, is a marketing, media and entertainment industry professional with 30 years of experience in consumer brands and media sectors across global markets, be it US, UK and India. He has served as a subject matter expert for Ernst & Young and advises a clutch of startups in Europe and India. Shirty was with Times of India Group, Bennett Coleman and Company Limited, BCCL, for close to 20 years till 2022 as board director of a few of the group companies, as CEO of TIML, Times OOH, Chief Operating Officer, Strategic Initiatives of Absolute UK, and Chief Operating Officer for International Initiatives, Radio Mirchi. And I absolutely love the Radio Connect because I'm a radio jock as well. So let's welcome Mr. Sharat Chandra, or Shirty as he's fondly called. Let's have a huge round of applause for Mr. Sharat Chandra, everybody. May I also welcome our moderator, Kanchan Srivastava, Senior Assistant Editor for Exchange for Media Group. Over to the two.
Good afternoon and a very warm welcome to all of you. The hall is fully packed. So I think we should have a huge round of applause for ourselves. So scientists say that human brain starts working as soon as the person is born and continues to work until you speak in the public. So I'm a bit nervous, of course, but we are here to listen to the fireside chat with the firebrand leader, Sharat Chandra, industry veteran, and who does not need any introduction. Our topic today is combining the words of connected screen and DOOH. Sharat, the OH industry, has been ideating and reinventing itself, for a very long time, and it has undergone, major transformation as well. And DOH particularly is getting a lot of attention, because I think it it combines the perks of digital marketing in the real world impact, right? So we would like to understand from you how much progress DOH has made over the last decade.
Oh, well, so that's a tough question, but thanks to, I think, Letitia, Rajiv, and Ajay a little while earlier, many of the facets of digital OH and what progress it's made have been wonderfully, let's say, amplified. So the first point is there been movement, tremendous movement? Is it all in the right direction? Ajay has cautioned us saying, listen, you have kind of made lots of right steps, but not necessarily enough in the right direction. So well, he's been very, where's Ajay? I think he stepped out. He's been fairly schoolmasterish and harsh in the assessment of digital OH, saying we are at 0.1 or 0.2 on a scale of 10. I'd like to believe, I think, for a young industry which has always been on the fringes of marketing investments, so to speak, I think the industry has done fairly well for itself. Certainly not 8 out of 10, but certainly not 0.1 out of 10. So I'd probably say it's more close to 3 or 4 out of 10. So that's the kind of progress digital OH has made. We are, of course, extremely, or I would be very nervous or anxious about the lack of clearly articulated norms, standards, and practices for digital OH's leapfrogging, as we can call it, into the next level. And I think that is where a lot of work is to be done.
Yeah, fantastic. And do you think that this success has actually helped to gain acceptance from the mainstream digital media industry?
So the good part about adding digital to as a prefix to any initiative is it has a lot of early adopters. So you will have virtually anyone and everyone wanting to do digital and labeling anything and everything as digital. So therefore that part of it is solved, saying that will people want to do digital? Yes. Will it be the right kind of digital? Most likely not. Will it give the kind of benefits, ROIs that marketers and investors expect? Even lesser. So, I think that's where the who's who of the Indian marketing and OH industry are here. People, I see Numi here, I see Arminio here, all of who have seen, I think, 3 or 4 epochs in OH advertising over the last 5 decades emerge. So, we have the brains trust, we have the people who have shown us how you can tame the market, how you can leverage the entire, let us say, tailwinds. And also, many of us have the bruises of trying to do so to share. And therefore, I think that's the best cocktail you can get for the way forward.
Yeah, true. Sharat, how crucial audience buying is, in the current media landscape, especially the idea of singular brand journey, on multiple devices?
So the simplest answer is if an investor, which is a marketer or an agency or indeed a media owner, is not speaking the vocabulary of audiences, then they are a dinosaur. So they will kind of phase themselves out, either on their own volition or the market will phase them out. So there is no choice about not speaking or indeed delivering audiences. The challenge comes in trying to make sure that the audiences that are being delivered are in a way monetizable, and in a way for that to happen there should be a clear standards, whether it is measurement or numbers on quantifying data, and then the quality of that data. And that's where I believe that when I was very heartened to see, I think Lemma earlier on saying that it's the omni-channel partner for getting audiences on the investors' radar. And I think that is the kind of, let us say, insights into the market that makes us feel, okay, here's a good way to go forward. And that's where I see much of the progress happening.
So how do you see the future of DOH and connected screens evolving in India?
So I'd like to believe you don't have a choice but to evolve DOH. Now, whether it will evolve in a manner that is federal in nature or national in nature. So in India, everything is federal in nature. So each market, each micro market is going to be doing something which hopefully will delight us, but there will be many instances which will simply horrify us. And I think the anxiety of the things that are likely to cause us horror will be far lesser than what the cliched word is, the jugaad mindset, which is likely to deliver some interesting innovations. I would want to caution us all saying whenever the regulations, standards and practice are coming in, we should ensure, this is a unique small window we have, wherein if we can get the right standards and protocols and let us say measurements in place, it helps capture the value to all legitimate players. And it ensures that that entire value that is getting captured and being delivered to the legitimate players, be it the media owner who is investing in the digital assets, or indeed the media or the infrastructure owner, be it an airport or a metro or a municipality, to extract the fair value for it and not be overly swayed by one-off players who come in and make sure and try and muddy the waters with some very, very difficult, so to speak, value propositions. I think we have that unique opportunity here, and I hope both the gray hair as well as the steroids around this entire forum will make sure that that kind of capturing and sequestering that value happens.
Very crucial point you made. Sharat, I would also like to know what kind of unique advantages do emerging media platforms offer, like retail OH and connected TV?
Yes and no. Yes, because here, I think Letitia's data showed that, but not just for digital OH, but I think, if I'm not mistaken, almost a decade and a half ago, one of the largest, let us say, unsung heroes of retail media was in-store radio. And I think Walmart had a business division itself, which had in-store white label radio, and I think that was contributing to almost 1.5 or 2% of their annual revenue. And that was always all about brands in Walmart advertising in-store radio. And so quite naturally to see the evolution of whether it's in-store radio or in-store static posters, now evolving into in-store DAOH, or indeed in and around retail outlets, the DOH, is I think a very logical revolution, and this is, I think, a great example of how a business such as, I think, QBD has been able to bring in systems, processes and technologies and capture value, and therefore deliver back to all the stakeholders, be it the marketers who are advertising, be it the agencies which are helping with that recommendation, and of course to the shareholder, whoever the media owner, which is whichever retail outlet is there. They are getting able to sweat out a lot more value from something that was earlier a dead space. That's
our best wishes to the industry, absolutely. I guess. And now we would like to have a rapid fire round. Why do people call you Shirty?
I know, that's a tough one. I haven't found the answer, but if anybody knows it, I'm happy to take it.
Your favorite OH or DOH ad?
Favorite?
Most favorite ad.
Oh, favorite OH ad, that's it. Oh, I think the one that really sticks in my mind has been the British Airways one, which was done with in UK, in London, on the kid chasing the airplane. I think that's probably the most iconic one.
How many remarkable billboards you have seen today while on the way to the auditorium?
Oh, okay. The good news is I saw quite a few. The bad news is I saw quite a few vacant. So, so I'm not sure whether it augurs well or not, but there is a story that is happening, and I am hoping that we're all acutely sensitive to it.
Have you watched any movie after spotting an OH ad of the film?
Watched a movie? Oh, movie. I think more OTT rather than movie. So almost thanks to, I think, Netflix, almost my entire viewing of Netflix is determined by what comes on the billboards and the ads.
Oh, that's great. And the most humorous person in the OH industry?
Most humorous person in the OH industry? Oh, I think every one of the media owners, their ability to smile through everything that they are facing is, I think, the most humorous set of guys you can think of today.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Sharad, for giving your time and sharing your valuable views. Thank you.
A big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for Mr. Sharad Chandra and Kanchan Srivastava. A big, big, big round of applause for the two of them. May I request you to be at center of stage, and Kanchan, on behalf of the team, it'd be great if you could present a memento to Shorty, as he's fondly called. Can you have a huge round of applause, everybody? This was quite an interesting rapid-fire round as well in the fireside chat. A big thank you to the two of you. Thank you so much for joining us and doing this fireside chat session. But before we move ahead, now is something very exciting. We're going to have a panel discussion. And before that, I'm back with a very interesting quiz section, if I may say, where it's as simple as raising your hand and answering a particular question. So we were talking about movies. I think Kanchan mentioned whenever we look at these big movie billboards, that's when we decide to step into a movie. What I'm going to do is give you a single visual thought. I'm going to present a minimalistic poster. All you have to do is raise your hand and tell me the name of the movie. Okay? It's as simple as that. I call this segment personally Fada Poster, Nikla Hero ya Heroine. Okay? So this is what it is. Just raise your hand if you know the name of the movie. Let's go. Let's present a demo clue. Next screen. It's as simple as that. Rules. Look at the movie poster, identify the movie. Let's go ahead with the demo clue. Raise your hand if you know the answer. It is Amar Akbar Anthony. As simple as that. Let's go. Let's play. Let's start. Few clues. Maine pyar kiya. Wonderful. How easy, how simple. If it's a single thought in the entire visual or campaign. Next one. No, every clue is not going to be that easy. This is a famous Monty. Curse it is, absolutely right. You got that right. Few more, 5 more. The famous Robo, yes. Rajnikant. Dilwale Dulhania, the epic romantic movie. Okay, 3 more to go. KGF, part 1 or 2, whichever you like. Slightly difficult. Ram Lakhan, wow, wonderful. People often mix it with the other clue. Okay, last 2 to go. Kuch Kuch Hota Hai, very easy. And one more. Kabir Singh it is. Wonderful. So we've got a very alert audience, and it's the perfect time for our panel discussion, ladies and gentlemen. Wow. Outdoor advertising is a crucial tool for businesses looking to expand their reach and their connect with their target audience. However, measuring their effectiveness, of outdoor advertising has long been a challenge due to lack of accurate measurement data. Hence comes the need for optimized OOH advertising for effective brand building. And to throw some light on the real-time examples, our next panel is a great mix of brand and executor. I'd like to invite our panelists on stage. Put your hands together for Atika Ehsan Ansari, Head of Media Digital Porno Reco. A big round of applause for Atika, everybody. Zordar taliyan ho jaye. Also joining us will be Amar Milwala, Head of Media, Aditya Birla Capital. Let's welcome Amar Milwala with a huge round of applause. Joining in this panel discussion will be Haresh Nayak, Founder and CEO, Connect Network Inc. Also joining in will be Taranjit Kaur, Head of Media, Digital and PR, Tata Consumer Products, and our session chair, Amaya Swaru, Partner Marketing Advisory Services, Ernst & Young LLP. Let's welcome our esteemed panelists with a huge round of applause, everybody. They want you to be the center of attraction. Over to you, Amaya.
All right, what's the time? Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Uh, we have a very interesting session today, something with the brand marketeers and the agencies, are constantly looking at finding a solution for. The topic, which is need for optimizing out-of-home advertising for an efficient brand building. We've recently come out with a Ficky Frames report, which clearly shows that the Indian advertising industry has crossed 1 trillion for the first time ever. What role will out-of-home play for the brand marketeers as part of this? We've seen that the segment has recovered to 86% of the 2022. This year, it has recovered 86%. Traditional, 59%, and the transit media has contributed 41%. Digital screens have reached 150,000. There are over 10,000 active brands on out-of-home today. So it's a medium which is very critical. We have brand and marketers and agencies and ex-agencies. The objective today will really be to understand how we can navigate this and how we can work on optimizing this media. So we're going to discuss a lot of examples how the marketers are really working on this. So the first question, and this is for all the brands, the role out of home really plays in your media plan. And as a brand, what is your expectation from an agency to drive the same? I'll start with you, Amar.
Thanks, Ami. So for us at ABCL, the role of OH Media is at top of the funnel. So what we do is we do a strategic planning.
Closer.
I'm audible?
Now.
Yeah. So for OH is a crucial part for our media mix. Yeah, we basically plan top of the funnel, which is TOFO, to drive awareness and recall. Then we come to middle of the funnel, which is consideration and interest, driving interest. And then we come to bottom of the funnel, which is BOFO. So OH sits at top of the funnel for us to drive awareness and recall for the brands. And the role which the agency plays for us is to, help us in strategic planning, get scientific planning on the table, and as well, the buying transparency for us.
Okay. Atika, how do you drive it for Alcobev? Challenge?
Yeah, challenge, and just saying that we don't advertise Alcobev, we advertise extensions. So I think that's something that I'd like to say. Outdoor for us is a medium that is important, but yet not so important. So it's important from the point of view of when we have experiences or when we have our events, it plays a major role because it helps us with localized targeting. For example, if I have a Royal Stag Boombox event in Dehradun, and I'm addressing a certain specific youth community, it just makes sense for me to go all out on outdoor after saturating digital, because I want everybody in that city to know that I am hosting an event where the who's who of the music industry is there. So that's one way we could use it. Or I could use it for a Shivas Alchemy event. But the other way that we use it is for a lot of our Copcom campaigns, whether it's unboxing, where we're doing away with mono cartons, and it's for impact, it's for talkability, it's for driving buzz, and making sure that we come across as responsible advertisers. And over there, it does the role of impact creation amongst people like you, amongst marketers. So I think it plays a dual role, and the role keeps changing depending on the campaign, the objective. Agencies, of course, help us with the right kind of inventory to, meet our KPIs or ensure that the role we've defined for the medium is done. But outdoor does have different kinds of roles to play. It may not be the first medium of choice, but it definitely has a huge role to play in the industry that I come from.
So what I hear from you, it plays a critical role in supplementing your mainline. That's what it does.
It does sometimes play a critical role in supplementing my mainline, at other times possibly enhancing the performance of my mainline. Like for ticket selling and for letting people know that there's a particular event in a particular town, it does that job very, very effectively. So it's not always supplementing.
Right. So because you drive a lot of events as part of your marketing, then it
Yeah.
plays a very, very critical role.
It does, and sometimes even for large-scale new campaigns, right? If you want a certain community or transit, I mean, where do all of us buy alcohol? At duty-free? Yeah. And if you are reached with an ad just before you enter or exit duty-free, it just makes sense, right? So for us, it does. It does. It's an important role that it plays in our media plans. But yes, how do we really measure it is something that we are still working towards.
Taran, from CPG perspective, how does it form part of your campaign and how does the agency enable this for you?
I think CPG is generally, I think, a laggard in this medium. We use it very tactically. I think as CPG, especially for TCPL, it is going to be a very tactical intervention. Maybe, obviously, as any other marketer would tell you, it is basis objective what you are really looking at. But it is not the lead medium, but it definitely can be made a medium where you get the level of reach, and with obviously now the digital outdoor, which is in in talks, and a lot of people are using. I think a lot of it is also getting covered in terms of what you really want to do. So I would feel outdoor is still important, but is it the lead medium? The answer is no.
Harish, I'll come to you. From, you spend so much time in this industry and work with so many brands. How do you see out of home being leveraged by the brand, and how do you see agencies really enabling that journey for them to, for the medium to be more impactful, more measurable, linking it to the brand objectives for a marketer?
I think, hello. Yeah, I think, Amaya, it's a very good question, because I think the next generation or the current generation of specialists, especially at the agency end, are challenging the traditional way of looking at things. And I think there is so much of deep data and immersive tech which is now available. It is only helping us bring brands and their consumers much closer. I think talent has played a very critical role, and then you couple that with all the new agencies, all the agencies which have now enabled themselves with the current movement of bringing in data, bringing in measurability. And I think most of the agencies today are looking at out of home in a very different way. I think out of home has become far more sort of measurable and also accountable, like most of the mediums which you all brands look at. It is all about the perspective, and it's about the faith, how the brands put in. I think things are available today, and even if there is no syndicated research in the market, but yes, there are so many independent neutral APIs which you can use, be it Google Places API or Facebook Analytics or Pinterest API or census data. There is so much of data which is available to bring that kind of parity which brands are today looking at. So I think that's a big change, and we as specialists are today able to bring that to a lot of brands in the country.
Lovely. Amar, I'll ask you this question in terms of, where you have a lot more, what do you say, measurability in terms of your main line, where you have television and digital, which is now we're seeing that it has surpassed television. how relevant or how effective do you see out-of-home media today, competing with these other mainline mediums where the budgets are getting consumed?
So, yeah, I mean, the power of OH is undeniable. So, to create the effectiveness which it's having by creating the impact and driving the reach, it's undeniable. So, but it requires careful planning for us. Obviously, when we plan our OH campaign, we look at scientific methods of planning. There are various tools which we, evaluate our media plans on. So from location-based targeting to multiple touch points where our consumers are, to understand their psychographic patterns and their travel patterns. And accordingly, planning and allocating our media, understanding the market nuances and mapping it with our brand priority markets. And obviously keeping in mind the brand positioning, which is key. So this is the way which we think that we plan our OH for ABC.
I think for BFSI segment, it displays a very, very critical role. And Adhika, we were having an interesting conversation before, which was on, what do I do with this data, right? So how do I link it to an outcome, based metrics, and what do I do with this data? So how are you, resolving this challenge?
So I'll just take a step back and think about out of home and divide it into what is available today. So you of course have the traditional out of home, which is the static, the large hoardings. You have the digital out of home, and then you have the ambient screens. Now if we have a look at consumers and at all of us today, we are taking a phone with us wherever we go. We have a screen with us, we are on the screen. If you look at ambient out of home, it's also a screen. It follows you wherever you go, whether it's trains, buses, Ola cabs, Uber cabs, whatever. So, so if I'm prioritizing screens and if I am planning for a multi-screen audience, I would put in television because at the end of the day, I can do a triple M, measure what's the ROI once I start advertising, not advertising. On digital, because we are a dark category and I'm advertising extensions, I can definitely look at, where my impressions were delivered, did it have an impact on my brand KPIs, was there an uplift in my brand? With out of home, I'm yet to see that as an industry, and I'm not saying that it's just the industry problem. Even as advertisers, we need to push them there. I think having a common currency of measurement, maybe having the entire industry talk the same language, specifically for screens that are comparable to a television, to a mobile, because today the consumer is on the move, is transient. I think measuring that, so I have a lot of data saying, okay, how many people, phones came across my ad when I was there or when my ad was served. But what do I make of that data? Did it have a movement in my brand KPIs? Do you think I should put in a CTA of just sign up for my event now? Or, if I am FMCG, this is a supermarket nearby and you have a discount, can I go and do that? I think together as an industry, marketers, suppliers, agencies, we all need to come together to be able to define that common currency, which I think digital as a medium has effectively done. And with technology coming into outdoor, I think measurement is not a challenge, but measurement to what impact to the brand. Because ultimately, if I put in 100 rupees on outdoor, I'm choosing it above something else. And I will need to justify what's the impact it's had and what is the role it can play in the next plan. So if I want consistent presence of out of home in my plans, I would need to be able to justify that spend and say what impact it's had. And I think all of us together, need to sort of move towards that measurement, which is not about saying, I got so much first party data, I got so much second party data, this is the impressions, they've over delivered. These are just basics. If you go to television, it's sophisticated for the last 25 years. It can give you exactly what it's doing, and you have an uphill task. For you to become primary, for you to become a medium, I cannot skip. I will need a common currency. I will need to measure the impact it has on my brand so that it's a medium that's unavoidable for me. That's exactly what we were discussing, right? I need to know the impact.
Correct. Taran, you spoke about a very interesting campaign which you ran on on the engagement and how you created engagement with that. So taking clue from what Atika has mentioned, how did that contribute in terms of the ROI to the campaign, or how did it contribute to the larger brand objectives, and that could be creating data, generating data?
So I think we were talking about measurability. Outdoor, of course, with the digital outdoor that we have now, interactive outdoor exists now in the market. There are other forms of outdoor. It is no more the static way that we've all grown up seen. We did a recent campaign on Tata Tea Gold, which is actually linking what you are putting on a digital platform, which is for example Instagram. So we got the consumers to post their pictures on Mother's Day with their moms on Instagram. Go to a mall, you see the same picture on a big billboard in the mall, and you get a pack of that. Right? So it's actually real-time outdoor output, also input in that manner, and measurability, because you can measure it from the conversation which are picking up while the campaign is on, while somebody is tagging you, while somebody is uploading, while somebody is engaging on the interactive screen, right? While somebody is actually uploading, and then you can see, and you know, the happiness on people's face when they see their own picture on an outdoor, real time. I think it really pays back, right, as for the marketeers. And I think it is, when we say outdoor is not measurable, or when we say outdoor doesn't do much for us, I think the lens we may also need to change as marketeers would be, how can we make it happen, right? Because it is nobody else is going to do for us, right? We ourselves have to change the lens. There is digital who has surpassed TV now in terms of spends in the recent report. And that has happened at the back of the tech giants really taking that sprint, right, to get to where they are now. And that's how the industry has moved. But if outdoor has to move, then we will have to together make a change, right? How did BARC come in existence? It's because all the three bodies actually came together to do that, right? On outdoor, I think I'm not sure if we are still ready to have that kind of a partnership. But when we are talking about campaigns, then when it comes to innovation, then why do we have to only restrict, oh, this is outdoor and this is static and that's all? All you can do is just bring one car from one place to the other in an outdoor hoarding, right? So there is digital system which is existing. So it's for us to innovate, for us to bring that, the benchmark up and get the ball rolling for outdoor.
Actually, that's very interesting. One of the event I was attending recently, and there was a full session on out of home, and this is for one of the leading car manufacturers. They actually used the projection on one of the hills in Ladakh. So generally, you will see all these autos, the cars running in the run of Kutch, or they're doing the four-wheel drive and all over the place. And it was a very, very innovative campaign.
Ami, on that part, when we are talking about outdoor innovations, I know a lot of partners are sitting and agency folks are sitting. There are a lot of examples. People keep floating. This is some innovation in outdoor happened in US and UK and Singapore. Please see, we need to do it in India. I think it's time that it becomes the other way around, where people actually start saying that, oh, this is some great innovation which happened in India, and that's how the industry is going to get up.
I think the sprint has to be much faster, because now there are drones which are there, and we still to see a lot of those innovations in India. Harish, we are talking a lot. Okay, so the way I see this is there is the existing ecosystem of out of home, and we've seen in the last 4, 5, or maybe 10 years on how digital, which used to be, and I recall, I think 5 years or 6 years back, and you guys can confirm from your budgets, used to be less than 2% of the overall media budgets. Okay, and there, at that point of time, the marketers really used to talk about, oh, they're spending 20% of the media budgets on digital, and we are only 2%. Okay, and there were a lot of brands which were digital first, and now with a lot of e-com, a lot of spends are being there on digital. Do you see that happening with a lot of digitization happening? which also uh, reduces the cost to reach, plus with programmatic, TV360, and a lot of tech which is available there. What kind of role do you think that will play in, repositioning this media, which is, I think, at this point of time, underrated?
I think one good thing which has happened, especially in last 2-3 years, is the evolution of the digital infrastructure which has happened in India. So if you look at the number of screens have gone up, and also the quality of screens which have gone up. I think as an industry, we are a little far away in terms of real programmatic out of home. But yes, we are there, and I think platforms like DV360 or Lima and all such DSPs are only going to help us, deliver campaigns on all the digital screens. But also, we need to bring in, a lot of mobile data to be integrated into those platforms. We need to get all the global players who are able to bring in a lot of data points. So one is delivery becomes easy. Secondly, also the sort of efficiency in terms of planning, and also measurability which comes into play, and which is what all the brands today need. And I think to answer your question, I think things are very positive, both in terms of infrastructure as well as the tech which is involved. So now you also have, programmable screens which are on, let's say, your cars, your Ola cars, or your static place or ambient environment. So I think this is only going to help. And if you look at developed markets like US or UK, where initially it started with, or Singapore, if you look closer to us, or China, it started with 10% digital and then 90% traditional. Today, markets like UK, US, you have got almost 95% digital inventory.
Right.
So things are going to change, and I think we as an industry have to be ready for it, and we need to also evolve with so many things which are changing in the environment.
Right. I think that's an interesting perspective. I think a lot of initiatives have to be collectively taken, both from the agency and the brand side. In fact, on traditional television also. Today, there are less conversation on on television. There are more conversation on connected TV. So that medium is also evolved, and like how, with measurability across 6 million connected TVs in India today versus a traditional way of measuring my GRPs that's way more progressive. So there has to be a new tech or new intervention which has to be put in place is what I really see. Amar, I'll ask you this question because you've seen this both from the agency side and the brand side, right? How do you see this innovation or new ways of working or new tech which will probably drive and make out of home as a critical consideration during media planning?
So, Ame, when considering again out of home, as a medium, obviously it's evolving right now. The the third-party techs which are available, which obviously currently the industry body doesn't have a platform which can have a measurement. But again, I would emphasize on the scientific planning, which I have been looking at with the agencies as well as the brand end. That how do you map your entire objective of the campaign? So let's say OH, if you have an objective of having awareness and recall, and where do you see OH in terms of how do you track the measurement of your OH through your brand track reports? So we also do brand track report studies. When I joined ABCL, we did a brand track report study. So every month we do a brand track report of where our awareness, TOM scores and SPON scores have increased, how we are likely to be considered by our audiences. So these are the measurements which you look at when we plan for out of home.
So as you mentioned that this would be top of the funnel, it will play a very, very critical role. More and more, and I think, Atika, for a brand like yours, what it, the critical role, or let me put it this way, we've seen how second screen interactivity is playing a very critical role. So about 4 years back or 5 years back, uh, everybody's now today aware about Kaun Banega Crorepati play along, right? So we put that thing in place that while everybody's watching television, they're also playing it in their heads. And how do we start the measurement? Taran gave an example of second screen interactivity. While I'm looking at it, and I use my phone, and then I'm also using that to collect the first party data and optimize. How do you see out of home with second screen interactivity or integrating with other mediums, so that it plays an integral role in your overall brand strategy?
So I'll just take a cue from what Amar said about measurement. I think how is it's impacting your brand scores would be the ideal state that I would like to reach at. But as of now, I would like to just, if I have to consider out of home screens, on parity with TV and digital, what are the things I'm looking for? I'm looking for measurability, how many people have actually seen the ad, what do they think of my brand, is there any fraudulent traffic or not? So that's the role, that's the kind of measurement like I'd like to do, because it's a medium that is supplementing my multi-screens. That's one role it could play. The second role it could play, like I said, I have a lot of events, or my category operates on a lot of events. So are there any signups that are specifically driven through out of home, whether it's through QR code registration or not? That could be another metric. The third one, interestingly, what Taran said about innovation, I think out of home is a medium where you could really innovate with given the different technologies which are available worldwide, but use it in a nuanced way, in a context way for India. And we did something like that for Absolute, Ally campaign, and we had this installation at Bandstand, and we just tested one city to see how it felt, where we had a huge experience screen, and when someone walks across it, there were silhouettes in the colors of pride, because that is what Absolute does. It stands for love. We didn't do it in the Pride month. We did it in the month of February, which is the month of love. And we said, Absolute is all for equal love. But what we did see with that interactive screen is that initially we had to get promoters and people to come and perform. After about 3 or 4 days of it being present there, there were people, local groups, who came and asked us if they could perform there, whether we could record them. They started amplifying the Absolute Ally hashtag, and it was a huge word of mouth thing. So I mean, the cost to executing it was more, but the fact that it drove a whole localized event to the point that a couple of bars in Bandra came with their performers to perform. So I think depending on what the role is playing, we could start with baby steps. First is just measuring how many people have actually viewed the ad. Viewability, please borrow from your digital counterparts. Can you, use moat and IS tags? Can you say what percentage of this is invalid traffic? Just start with that, move to your brand track saying, okay, if the number of people who are exposed to my ad, how much recall do they have? Do they recall seeing, my ad, and so on, and eventually moving to brand KPIs. But I think there is a step ladder approach, and measurement is not that difficult. I think on the supply side, we sort of need to consolidate, and also on the advertiser side, we need to be very conscious of how we are using it, and stop our own biases which were there 10 years ago about it being a not so credible medium, about it being a not so measurable medium. Because with tech, it's measurable. How we plan that measurement journey, I think we all just need to come together. Yeah.
I think a lot of these discussions on tech, digital media, it's concentrated to tier 1, tier 2. Taran, how do you see this in media, dark areas? I understand it works very well for a CPG client, for rural area activations, interactions.
So I think for when we talk about media dark markets, I think to any advertiser's mind is wall painting. Let's do wall painting, right? So outdoor, I remember as in almost some 15, 16 years back, where we used to think about those kind of plans, agencies would come and present that, right? But I think today, with the way that market is there, there is obviously digital, which is so penetrated, even in those kind of markets, which are rural markets. So there is, earlier they had their own play of, let's do an activation and outdoor, but now it is activation, outdoor, and digital is what the rural market is really dealing with in terms of the exposure of media. And of course, I think the task, again, when you have to reach a rural market through outdoor is, again, why do we have to again restrict ourselves to the general stuff like that we've always been doing, right? Or just stick to activation and let's get it rolling. The innovations that you do in tier 1, why don't you just go and do it in tier 3 or lower below? And you see the impact of that, right?
Yeah,
So,
it's actually removing our bias as marketers, as advertisers in the business. Because we think, okay, this works for tier 1, but rural, tier 3, will it?
Yeah.
And actually, sometimes
See,
it's
test
not
and
true.
learn. I think the key is also to test and learn in a lot of times.
Yes, totally.
But of course, rural market is the favorite for outdoor, I know that. Yeah.
And how do you see with the digital apps, free internet, free IPL, competing with out of home?
Yeah, that is of course there. The Geo has obviously done all the working, and now which is the ONDC coming in picture, the world is going to open up so much. So yeah, the competition is definitely going to be harder for rural market. Reach.
Competition, and for you to decide how to figure this out.
I think it's a great place to be as a marketer,
That is
right?
true.
Because if you have more options to address a media dark area, what more you want, right? I think it's a great
Correct.
place to be in.
I think as an agency, I think I would like to defend my turf here. So I think every media has a role. Digital might have a role of, optimize reach or better reach, or similarly print or television. I think what outdoor delivers is impact. And I think yesterday when Subhranshu was presenting on Tata Motors, he spoke about you look up to the brand and, billboard brings the largeness. So I think if you look at all the recent history, 3D anamorphic 2 years back, 3 years back when it came for the first time, everyone started that, and now it has started in India also. So I think every media has a role, and I think out of home plays a very critical role of delivering impact and largeness to the brand. And I think as brand custodians, you will also look at different mix of reach and impact for your campaigns. And I think if you have to define, then I think impact is a very critical sort of a point which out of home drives.
And I'll second that. And Shirty, you just asked the question, which movie have you watched? And he said OTT. So OTT is using out of home very well. I don't go on Netflix to see what I should watch because I'm crossing something and I see something interesting, and then I will go and check that, right? So I think impact-wise, it is a very high impact medium. And, one of the other things is, the impact zone for an out of home, at least in tier 1, tier 2 cities, right, would be concentrated to probably, let's say, few areas, right? The airport roads, key junctions. How does that play up? Amma, you want to take a dig at that? Because everybody is then eyeing for just the same inventory.
Same, yeah. So, yeah, as you mentioned, I mean, the inventory is scarce. Like it's not television where you put your, you have 12 minutes or 18 minutes of inventory where you can put your spots. Inventory is scarce. So, how efficiently you plan, and the basis that how your agency works as an extended arm for you in terms of blocking your sites and having it in place for you is the key for that.
Okay, I am also keeping an eye on the clock for all of us. Okay, closing remarks. I'll start with you, Atika. What's the future of out of home?
Well, the future of out of home, I kind of feel, is bright if you were to be able to drive common, currency for measurement. I agree with a lot of things that the panel said here. One, of course, with the multi-screen behavior coming in, I think out of home can become a part of your regular screen planning if we are able to measure, if we are able to ensure that deliveries are on target. It definitely is an impact medium. We'll consider to do so, I think, for generations to come. Like everybody here is saying, I think if you just go across Bombay, Everywhere there are Citadel hoardings. I'm not sure who's not seeing them and not watching them. And you can see Netflix, Amazon Prime using it to their advantage. So I think the impact thing remains constant. With technology, you can add a leg of measurability. There is some distance to go for the industry, but I'm sure if we could solve the problem of television screens, out of home, can be solved. And it's just creative solutions. The last leg would be creative solutions in technology. So I think it's just about using it to our advantage and ultimately saying these were the results. And then I think there's a consistent feedback loop that you built into your plans. So I kind of feel like outdoor it could become the next digital if we all come together with a common currency, with measurement. It definitely has the impact and innovation capabilities like no other.
Absolutely, absolutely. Amar, what's out of home future for you, for your brand and for the industry?
Yeah, so if I talk about the OH addicts, currently it stands at 2%, which is hardly anything. For BFSI as a category, it's 5%. Yeah, and the way that DOH is, growing from 6% right now, I think in 2022, which I was reading a report, it's around 8%. The screens which are coming up, the digital screens which are coming up, around 2 lakhs, what the number says right now, which maybe in a year or two it can double up. So, yeah, what I understand is that outdoor is evolving. There is an evolvement which is happening basis programmatic DOH, basis new beautified media which is coming up, basis the infrastructure, fast-paced infrastructure. And once, as Atika mentioned, the measurement, common measurement platform is in place. So brands won't shy away, in having their OH investments increasing in their pie.
No, I completely agree with you. With so much infrastructure development, I think there'll be a major shift in how concentrated out-of-home media,
the transit medias which are available, so airport which is available. So, basically the infrastructure, there would be a lot of screens where there would be captive audiences which we would be, targeting.
True, absolutely true. Harish, how do you see the out-of-home media, and where do you see agency playing a critical role in driving that as an integral part of the media objectives for a brand?
I think if you look at the current budgets, where the government has put so much of weightage, almost 30% of weightage on the infrastructure, which you guys also mentioned, and I think most of you must be also visiting your markets. The kind of connectivity, the kind of infrastructure which is there, right from basic water to electricity to roads, everything is improving. And I think for the next 10 years, the government initiative of reaching out to the smallest of the town only creates opportunity for us, to ensure that you are reaching the deepest part of the country today. And I think overall quality of infrastructure is also going to play a critical role. With a lot of municipal corporations emphasizing on improving the quality, bringing in tender, making the medium digital, will only ensure that brands are going to look forward to out of home in a much positive sense. And Amay, I want to also touch upon your point about syndicated research and industry data which is there. I mean, we all know television has been struggling for their own BARC ratings, or if you look at even digital is struggling with the numbers. Yes, out of home does not have a syndicated research, but if you look at parallel sort of data points which are available, you can at least have a surety that as specialists we are depending on a third-party data, which is a industry accepted data points, and at least as specialists we will be in a much better position to bring that. And I think synergies of data, infrastructure and technology are the three pillars which are going to drive the future of out of home.
I completely agree. The third-party data plays a very, very critical role. We've seen how radio has died because of RAM not there, okay? And in fact, today, I'm meeting so many agencies or industry players, and everybody is moving with their set of data, be it on influencer marketing, be it on out of home, be it on transit media, be it connected TV. So Samsung comes with their set of data, right? So you have so many data points which are, I think, scattered all over, and I think it's very critical that all of this comes in one place and there is one currency which is accepted, which is very critical, I think, for any medium to take off. Otherwise, this will continue to be a discussion and debate each year. Taran, I think what, Harish also mentioned in terms of the critical role that out-of-home plays for tier 2, tier 3, with infrastructure, increasing, and still a very trusted medium to, build my brand awareness, reach and achieve my brand objectives. How do you see out-of-home playing a critical role in those regions?
So with respect to, I think, tier 2, tier 3, there is a lot around, and it is existing everywhere, but there's a lot around ad fraud, right, which needs to be controlled, because for a marketer who's sitting in a metro city, I don't know how many people will that person manage to go and check whether that outdoor was up or not, right? And if, and when you ask what is the future, I think the future is what we make, right? There is no future which is defined. The future we have to make, right? So if you make a trustworthy future, the industry is going to follow that, right? So I think there is a lot of onus on the partners to build that structure, whether it is tier 1, tier 2, 3 and below, for people to see and trust what they actually bought, whether it finally got delivered or not. So the trust thing also has to be somewhere, sorted for this medium to go up.
No, absolutely. So I think from a marketer's perspective, are you getting the buck? Spend for your buck what you spend as an agency to drive more measurement. Also, as collectively as an industry, more innovation and measurability. I think these are very, very critical steps. And I think, and as you rightly said, with so many options, it's a really good time to put up a unified currency, put up innovations which could be replicated, and you said a very good point, which is, I think it's time for India to do innovations and others quoting us. So on that note, I will thank all of you for your insights and excellent discussion. Very interesting. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
A big thank you to our esteemed panelists for dedicating their time, their learnings, and their knowledge. May I request you all to join us in front of stage for a quick photo op. And a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Zordar Talia. May I also request Mr. Puneet Bihani, President Lemma, to join us on stage and present a gift, a memento on behalf of the E4M team to our esteemed panelists and to our session chair. Let's welcome him with a huge round of applause. Let's keep the applause going, ladies and gentlemen, as we thank the entire team, right from Mr. Amar Mirwa to Atika Ehsan Ansari, to Harish Naik, to Taranjeet Kaur, and to our session chair, Amaya Swaroop. And a quick photo op, sir. A quick photo op right here. The biggest challenge is to get all of them on one platform together, and when they are all together, it's probably the best panel discussion ever. Ladies and gentlemen, with this, it's time for a very interesting session right now. It's going to be a very quick, fast one. Most of us, obviously, when we're browsing on social media platforms, we see a lot of people heading for Goa, but now something interesting is going to happen. Most of us spend our time at 3 places: office, on road, or at the airports. And nowadays, sometimes at home too. But the point I want to make is that we don't realize how digital savvy our Indian airports are. How do they look so vibrant? This is all because of out-of-home digital innovations. And our next speaker is the best person to tell us about airport advertising and new avenues with new opportunities. I'd like to take this opportunity to invite on stage Mr. Shiv Kumar, Chief Marketing and Passenger Experience Officer, Manohar International Airport, Goa. Let's welcome him with a huge round of applause, everybody.
This one, right? Okay. So thank you for having me here. As you all know, we are all travelers. We travel to multiple countries, multiple states, and most of us in this room travel at least once or twice in a month to various cities for business and for pleasure. But do you know that if you look at the airports, this is one of the most underutilized mediums in India and also across the world, but the most number of populace travels to the airports. A simple fact is that in 2022, almost 9 billion people passed through the airports around the world, which is more than the population of the entire planet, which is 7.1 billion as of 2021 data. Now let's look into this populace of the travelers which is coming into the airports and all. Each of us spend minimum 45 minutes to 2 hours in an airport. In this 2 hours, we are looking at various options, we are looking at various medias, and we are looking at information, and we are looking at some entertainment. So how to interrupt the mind space of this traveler and to make use of this traveler's space and the time which is available to make sure that your brand actually interrupt the thought process and also influence the purchasing decisions of these stakeholders. So I will not dwell much on the jargons because you are the industry guys, you know everything about the OOH. So but today what I will throw some light about the scope of this industry and also the opportunities which is coming out and also how you can actually impact this medium. So if you look at 2019 is one of the year when this industry got impacted very heavily, and you all know that almost 2 months all the travel options were shut, and which was lead to many of the airlines getting grounded, and most of the airports revenues comes for a toss, and the industry overall were actually on a lowest node. In India, this is one of the most impacted industry. Many people lost their lives. So it was an uncertain future in 2019 when the COVID was on the full swing. And once the vaccines were out, people started traveling on a small basis to the nearby towns. And once the international travel opens up, Indian in the civil aviation industry were also poised for a takeoff. So what happened after that? Just have a small glimpse of the video. So that is one of the most miraculous recovery in Indian civil aviation, which is a hockey stick kind of growth, which has happened in the last 2 years post-COVID. So if you look at that, we are ready to handle, the airport industry is ready to handle 1 billion trips. Indian airport industry is ready to handle 1 billion trips by the end of 2023. And this constitutes 69% of the total populace of the total travel population of South Asia, which is not a small number. So look at the impact of this industry. Look at the impact of the airports in India. And currently there are 140 airports in India, which includes heliports, aerodromes, waterdromes, all these things, and the number is expected to grow up to 2020 by 2025. And if you look at the total number of airports currently we have 16 major airports, 4 greenfield airports, which is the one currently the latest entry is the Manohar International Airport, Goa. Then there is one coming up in Vizag, one coming up in Navi Mumbai, and the other one Noida. So these are the 4 greenfield airports which is coming up. And then there are 26 brownfield airports currently in India, which is undergoing major transformations across cities, tier 1 and tier 2. So totally you will have 45 major airports in India which can handle more than 4 million population traffic across the year.
We are all born wanderers. But I wonder, do we run out of wonder? Should we stop looking up as we grow up? Hold your gaze. Because out there's others like us. And nothing like us. And who knows where the window will be we look through next. Wanderers, keep wondering. Because the more we wonder, the closer we become.
So that is just an introduction about the various phases in an airport a person goes through. But first look at this, who is our passenger? And who, each of us have been going through this journey. If we want to visit some place, first we will think about it, then we will do research about those destinations, and then we find some airlines, and then through the travel portals, and we book the tickets. And then once you book that ticket, then the journey happens. And then at the destination, we do various activities. And then again the journey back to home, and then we do share those things on our social media handles. So this is the overall journey point. And airports play a major role in the air travel journey, where actually the person comes in and then moves out, and it becomes a part of his life. So this entire from check-in to check-out in the airport is the space which is available for an OH marketeer to influence and then introduce his brands to the populace. And if you look at the passenger, he is at different stage of mind when he comes to the airport. When he is alighting from the taxi, he is at an anxious mode, how to close his check-in at the earliest. Then, after the check-in, there is a relaxation mode when he is waiting for the flight to announce. And then, before boarding the flight, there is another anxiety. And then at the flight, then at the arrival stage when he is coming out, he will have another messages which can be there. So from the anxiety to the excitement at the arrival to the destination is a multiple journey at the airports and also at the outside the airport, which the passenger can be influenced through the various mediums.
I'm going back to see the place where I come from. I can't wait to get back there, it's been too long. I'm going back to stay. Some people tell me that I must be mad to give up what I got for what I had. I don't know, there ain't no knowing, but I don't care because I'm going back.
So who is this airport passenger? He have a high purchasing power and he is technologically connected. He is a leader in most of his fields. So he is a passenger who is one of the top 20 of the tier 1 and tier 2 cities. And in a way, a passenger spends almost 45 to 2 hours in an airport, from arrival, disembarkation, then wayfinding, then if it's an international travel, to the immigration counters and to the display board of the gates, then the luggage, then to the customs and security, entertainment and transport. So in a way, there are multiple journeys in an airport which a passenger undertakes. So in this entire 2 hours journey, what he wants is that he wants information and he wants his time to be well spent in terms of the options, either it's retail or it's F&B or it's any other options, entertainment options which is available at the airport. That was one of the current innovations which is currently happening at the Frankfurt airport and which is having huge traction, and the media brand is already saying that this is one of their best innovations executed in the airport so far. And if you look at that, airport advertising is always attended towards the receptive audience. They are inside the airport and they are waiting for their flights, and you have a 45 to 2 hours time for each of the passengers, and this is the time we can actually interrupt and then influence their mind process for your brand. Affluent audience with the minimal wastage, it's an audience which is already sitting there and which is looking at for the multiple options. And another thing is that an airport brand actually adds value to your advertisement, and also it builds perception about the brand's uniqueness and features. So it's a captive audience which is waiting for your attention and also for your time. And most of the times, international travelers have long dwell times because as per the things you are supposed to report at the airport before 3 hours of the flight. So you have a 3 hours to 2 hours as per in domestic. And airport advertising actually works as per the retailers who is present at the airports. And these are some of the options which is already available at the airports. So I will not dwell much on this screen because you guys know that what is already available and what is across. So I will just move on to the latest. And this in the screen, what you see is one of the biggest airport screens in India. It's almost 28 feet width and 32 meters long. And this has been used on multiple ways by various advertisers currently. And the other factor is that at the Manohar International Airports, we have made sure that our OH doesn't hamper the overall ambience. It has been built into the ambience itself so that our ads doesn't stand out. Now, I will say that the OH is actually working across the digital airport, media in airports. And I would like to give a glimpse about the current, in the recent past, some of the major campaigns across the airports in the world, which has actually been undertaken by multiple brand marketeers.
And hiding things inside them. When I grow old, I hope I won't forget to find them. 'Cause I've got memories and travel like I've got no roots, but my home was never on the ground. I've got no roots, but my home was never on the ground. I've got no roots. I've got no roots. I've got no roots, but my home was never on the ground. I've got no roots, but my home was never on the ground. I've got no roots. I've got no roots. I like standing still, but that's just a wishful plan. Ask me where I come from, I'll say a different land. But I've got memories and travel like gypsies in the night. I count gates and numbers, then play the guessing game. It's just the place that changes, the rest is still the same. But I've got memories and travel like gypsies in the night. And 1,000 times I've seen this road, 1,000 times. I've got no roots, but my home was never on the ground. I've got no roots, but my home was never on the ground. I've got no roots. I've got no roots. I've got no roots, but my home was never on the ground. I've got no roots, but my home was never on the ground. I've got no roots. I've got no roots. I like digging holes, hiding things inside them. When I grow old, I won't forget to find them. I like digging holes, hiding things inside them. When I grow old, I won't forget to find them. I've got no roots. No roots.
So I will say that to sum up that the audience is already there. The only thing is that you need to innovate and you need to interrupt the thought process to grab their attention. And if that is the case, then the results are guaranteed. That's what I will say that, and I look forward to working with each one of you in Manohar International Airport, Goa. Thank you.
A big thank you to Mr. Shiv Kumar for a very refreshing session and a very talks. I'd also request from the team to join us, Mr. Anil Tak, General Manager, Digital Business for Schindler India, to join us on stage and present a memento to Mr. Shiv Kumar for sharing his thoughts and his experiences with us. Can you welcome them with a big round of applause? A huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Mr. Shiv Kumar, for sharing your experiences, and thank you so much, sir, for doing the honors. With this, ladies and gentlemen, we've concluded the first half of day 2, but I promise you the second half is going to be really exciting with some interesting panel discussions and expert opinions, and you wouldn't want to miss it. So let's have a quick lunch and let's be back, say around by 2:10, 2:15, so that we are just in time. After a successful first half, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to day 2 of the 4th edition of E4M OOH Conference 2023. We hope you've had a sumptuous meal, but the icing on the cake is still left because we've got some really exciting sessions lined up now. Before we move ahead, we'd also like to thank our partners, our presenting partners, without whom this conference wouldn't have been possible. Our presenting partner, Lemma, Omnichannel SSP for emerging formats. Can you have a look at their AV before we proceed? And a couple of very special announcements that I'm sharing, dear delegates and panelists, to keep yourself abreast of development. Please subscribe to Business World Group magazines. It would add to your professional quest for knowledge and insight. And there's some really exciting offers on annual subscriptions of BW Business World Group magazines. And you can connect and contact Mr. Gorakh Sanap at the registration counter for more details. He could help you out. Also, now comes a very, very exciting session. It's a virtual global keynote address. Ladies and gentlemen, our next speaker is joining us straight from Toronto, Canada, and she is Amanda Dornberg. She is a technology and marketing executive with a passion for disrupting traditional industries via new and emerging tech. Her work has been featured in Forbes Tech, Wired Magazine, Technology headlines, amongst other top national and international media outlets. Currently, the president of COMMB, Canadian Out-of-Home Marketing and Measurement Bureau, she is also responsible for driving innovative change using new and emerging technologies across the out-of-home industry. Leveraging her background in deep tech, product development, and data analytics, she is responsible for the collective marketing and measurement efforts for the out-of-home industry across Canada. She has some great stats to share on the next wave of data-driven OOH. She'll be happy also to take your questions via Twitter, so don't forget to use the hashtag. It's visible right there on top. Hashtag E4M Neons OOH, and you will receive an answer from her. Her Twitter handle is also at Amanda Dorenberg, which is written as AMANDA DORENBERG. So without taking any further time, let's connect. Let's connect with Amanda right now. Over to you, Amanda.
Thank you again for having me, everybody. I'm so pleased to be here, to be with everyone. Today, I'm going to speak a little bit about data and innovation in the out-of-home space, and I hope you enjoy what I've put together. For those of you who don't know me, hello, my name is Amanda Dornberg. I am currently the president of COMB, which is the Canadian Out-of-Home Marketing and Measurement Bureau. Please feel free to follow me on the social channels to the left or the content channels sort of to the right of my screen. I'm very active in this space, actively contributing to various different media outlets, speaking about the importance of out-of-home, the importance of innovation and data within out-of-home as well. So I would love to connect with you all. Please feel free to reach out. For those of you who are unfamiliar with COMB, COMB is, as I mentioned, the Canadian Out-of-Home Marketing and Measurement Bureau. We are the national association for the out-of-home industry, and we provide both marketing as well as measurement services. So what that means is we're sort of a hybrid association that both provides the currency by which the industry transacts upon, which would be your circulation, essentially a representation of volume of audience, as well as your impressions. So the extrapolation of how many people out of that audience garnered an impression. And we'll talk about how we do that in a little bit. And then we also provide marketing services to the industry. So we're really an active voice within the landscape, not just on the Canadian side of things, but internationally, multinationally, and globally as well, which is, I'm grateful to be here to speak to you all today. And really what our focus is from a marketing perspective is to showcase the value of out-of-home and its importance within the media mix. So we talk about media mix modeling, we talk about how we can incorporate out-of-home as a larger share of the total advertising spend, if you will. So again, we're a very active part of the ecosystem in the out-of-home landscape internationally. So that's just a brief little bit about who COMB is specifically. What I want to talk to you guys today about is new methodologies and new measurements, new initiatives that are happening globally, but specifically I'm going to highlight some of the initiatives that we're taking on here in the Canadian landscape. And we will look to provide these services on a multinational basis if organizations or other countries are interested in sort of licensing some of the approaches that we have taken. We are currently exploring how that could look as well. We're fortunate to have a great deal of interest and exposure on a multinational perspective. And I think that is because we're a combination of both marketing and measurement. So we have the ability to be able to really highlight in a very effective way what we're doing from a measurement perspective. So for many years, we've been working on a new outdoor methodology as well as a place-based methodology, place-based being indoor. I'm going to focus predominantly today on some of the key innovations relative to outdoor, some of the data sources that we're leveraging, some of the techniques that we're using, and how we're really innovating and driving change to be more complementary to other media formats, not necessarily competitive to. I always like to say that out-of-home is very complementary to other media formats, and we shouldn't be competing for against the other formats such as native, online, search, social, etc. We should be complementary to that. There's a lot of case studies and research out there that really highlights very well the efficacy of out-of-home in combination with other media formats, particularly in the digital space. So today, I'm going to speak a little bit about some of the sophisticated data science techniques that we have leveraged specifically to enhance the measurement offering of out-of-home, particularly in the Canadian landscape, but certainly there are other companies and organizations doing this on a global scale as well. So one of the really interesting innovations that we have taken in the Canadian space is we've ingested what we're calling a national data set. This national data set is inclusive of over 6.7 million road segments. And when I say a road segment, it's a portion of road in between various different exit and entry points, if you will, or various different intersections. So it's not tied to an entry or exit point. It's an extrapolation of various different data sections within in between those. So we have over 6.7 million of these road segments. It's a lot. Every single road across the country is mapped. So things like on-ramps or off-ramps of highways, any type of side street, back street, they're all mapped within our system. And these road segments contain very powerful information on an hourly basis. So we ingest directional, vehicular, and pedestrian volume within each of these road segments on an hourly basis. So we know on an average Tuesday at 2 p.m. exactly how many cars or pedestrians are walking through each of these 6.7 million road segments. Additionally, we ingest and we're extrapolating out a modernized reach and frequency methodology. So in most markets from a global landscape, reach and frequency is an extrapolation of your GRP, your gross rating point. So, in traditional out-of-home planning, GRPs have been used for decades. However, that was typically done at the market level. And what we have introduced is the ability to understand your reach and frequency not just at the market level, but at the face level, and then for digital at the spot or ad play level. This is available in the Canadian space in the top 45 markets across the country. In Canada, we have well over 150 different markets from an advertising perspective, but the top 45 tend to be the ones where most of the national advertisers are looking to spend, if you will. Additionally, we have introduced what we're calling audience profiling, and this is an understanding of demographic, lifestyle, and psychographic components. So we also offer this in the top 45 markets across the country, and we have introduced this as a way to provide more contextualization to our audience, to the buyers and to the sellers, where you can dispel the notion that perhaps a physical board or physical face, whether it be digital or static, located in a neighborhood that could be perceived as less than desirable, is actually garnering a very different audience than perhaps what is living around the board. So traditional audience segmentation was about who lives within a certain radius around a geographical location. And what we're looking at and what we've introduced is an understanding of who's actually passing by the board, not who's living around it. So we look at a great deal of mobile location data. We ingest the information directionally of devices that are passing by each of these locations. And then we're able to observe that to a home origin, which is, in our terms, very simply defined as a device's persistently static location during sleeping hours over the course of our study period. And that allows us to then take the long and lat of that home origin and put it through like Statistics Canada, which gives us they have all sorts of survey data on consumers. It's the federal agency in the Canadian space that has all of the consumer information and the consumer surveys. So that's how we're working with the audience profiling. Additionally, when it comes to pedestrian data, in most markets, that was a relatively ad hoc request where, media owners might say, hey, I've got, a bunch of locations in Montreal, and it's a very pedestrian-centric area, so could you go out and do a study? Now, what we've introduced is, with these 6.7 million road segments, the linear sidewalks that are running parallel to the in-town roadways, we do have pedestrian data for each of these segments. And then we're introducing what we're calling spot modeling for pedestrian data in very pedestrian-centric hubs, which would be like a Yonge Dundas Square, which is basically the Times Square of Canada. So that's another enhancement that we're looking, that we've introduced. And then when it comes to vehicular occupancy, which is essentially a representation of the number of, the average number of people within a car, historically that was done at the provincial level, and we're now moving down to the market level, and we're actually currently working on getting that down to the road segment level. So really trying to ensure that we provide granular data when it comes to understanding and extrapolating the potential audience that could be exposed. We did a really cool study last year, and we looked at illumination hours. So, in out of home, not every board is illuminated for 24 hours of the day. Some of them are partially lit, some of them are unlit, and thus only can be visible during twilight hours, or dawn to dusk, if you will, daylight. So we did a really interesting study last year. Our data science team looked at the geographical representation and disbursement of where each of the out-of-home billboards were located, and understood the average twilight and sunset hours, so sunrise to sunset, and what the average amount of daylight was based on if you were further north within the country, or if you were a little more south within the country. And that was an interesting project because we have this data on an hourly basis. When I say this data, I mean our circulations, our impression data. We were able to really enhance the illumination reporting to understand exactly the peak outputs of circulation and impression by hour, if you will. And so that was a really interesting project that our data science team took on last year. And then another enhancement that we've introduced, and this was a rationale to try to, again, be more complementary to other media formats. So particularly on the digital side of our reporting, so when we're looking at our digital out-of-home reporting, which is obviously an impression reporting versus just a standard circulation, which is a representation of volume. On the impression reporting, with respect to how we calculate a GRP, which of course is the extrapolation of your reach and frequency, your unique versus your repeat audience, if you will, we've adopted it's technically a broadcast term called SPIL, which is your out-of-market audience. And so we will not only report the in-market audience of your specific target demographic, however, we'll also be reporting the out-of-market audience, which represents 1% or more of the specific target, which is a really interesting way to look at your national campaigns. In the Canadian landscape, we have about 85% of our buys are national advertisers. And so we really have to ensure that we're providing as much value to these national advertisers as well as the local regional, but because 85% is coming from national, we need to be highly complementary to other media formats. And so the ability to report out this SPIL audience allows us to be more complementary when when the buyers are doing sort of media mix modeling. When we look at our digital data sets, since I'm on the topic of digital specifically, we needed to really amp up how we were reporting and how we were calculating the impression outputs. And so historically in the marketplace, there was no delineation between static and digital. It was just there was one value that was being reported, which was a circulation. And of course, with digital, we're sharing that share of voice with multiple advertisers. And thus, we really need to understand exactly how many potential impressions we're being able to deliver as a medium in order, again, to be complementary to other media formats that the planners and buyers, whether they're 360 or omni-channel buyers, are looking to incorporate. So some of the additions that we've have relative to a data set, so all of the information that I sort of just spoke to previously is available right across the board for static as well as digital inventory. But with digital, we really needed to enhance and add in a few more extra sprinkles of secret sauce, I guess. And so we ingest within those 6.7 million road segments. We also, particularly for digital, ingest what we call intersection flow data. And this is a representation and an understanding of what percentage of traffic turns left versus goes straight versus turns right at an intersection. And this is necessary for us to be able to understand the exact sort of volume of audience that's going by. And then we also need to understand the speed of that audience. So again, within that intersection flow data and within those road segments, that hourly road segment data that I mentioned, we have access to the average speed of the vehicles that are passing through these road segments. And then we apply an average speed factor for pedestrians. We did some proprietary studies that look at various different geographical regions to understand how fast a person walks, basically. And so the intersection flow information, as well as the speed, gets combined with what we call a distance visibility zone. So in some regions, what we call DVZ could be equated to an opportunity to see, so an OTS. However, we parse that down a little bit further. So we take our distance visibility zone, which is the maximum distance area that an out-of-home asset could be visible from. And that varies depending on the size of the board, the placement, the flagging, the offset of where it's located in comparison to the type of roadway that it's on. And we've applied distance factors. So for example, a large format board that's on the side of a highway is 457 meters or 1,500 feet if you prefer feet versus meters. And that distance visibility area really helps us to assign the data. So we look within that specific DVZ, and our data science team applies each of the road segments that have the volume, that have the speed data. We look at the intersection flow information to understand, okay, within this distance visibility zone, we have, 20% of cars moving left and 30% going straight. And then the other remaining percentage veers off to the right and they can no longer see the board, let's say. We look at that on a face-by-face basis. And in our market, that's about 70,000 locations across the country, to really understand and extrapolate true analytics for each particular face. This information helps us to understand a dwell time. And in order for us to get to an impression, that dwell time is really critical. Additionally, with the dwell time information, so we look at an understanding of how many ad plays are being played within a specific period of time. So in the Canadian market, we do have media owners that are in a loop-based environment. So perhaps they have a 1-minute loop and they've got 6 10-second spots. But we also have media owners that are loopless, completely loopless. And we have a great deal of programmatic digital out of home here. We were one of the markets that was a very early adopter for programmatic digital out of home. We started back in 2016, I remember doing programmatic integration. So we were definitely one of the early adopters relative to programmatic digital. And so we have to understand the average ad plays on a typical day. So we need to make a few assumptions within the math to really extrapolate an output of an impression. So we look at whether the media owner is a loop-based environment or whether they're loopless, and we can understand the average spot exposure. So for example, if you have a dwell time that's 25 seconds, you could potentially see on average 3.6 ad plays, because we don't know exactly when you enter into the first spot. So you might see 3, or you could exit at the end of a spot and then enter in at the beginning of a spot and maybe potentially see 4. So we've done an extensive amount of research on what this looks like to be able to understand based on various different spot lengths, various different speeds, various different geographical locations of out-of-home assets, what that ad exposure would be. And then of course, the dwell time comes from the distance and speed information. What's really interesting is, I know this is a lot of like technical data, but everything in our platform is built API first. And so this is one of the great advancements, I would say, with technology and data. As I said, everything that we have is on an hourly basis. So there's about 4,000 different hourly data points that we've got living and breathing in our backend architecture that can be queried at any time via API. So we can connect directly with our media owner systems. We can connect directly with our buy-side systems, all through API, and they can get as granular as they want. They could query, just an average day information. They could query an average spot information, or they could query specifically that information on an hourly basis. They could parse that up between, I want to understand hourly data just from a vehicular perspective, or hourly data just from a pedestrian perspective. It's really quite advanced what has been developed, and from an out-of-home perspective, how we're able to provide very similar analytics to other media formats, such as digital, native search, online, social, etc. None of this would be possible without some of our key partners, and I do like to highlight who these partners are. So Teralytics is a multinational company. They provide to us the road segment data, so that 6.7 million figure that I've mentioned a few times. They're our partner that we work with to build that. Pelmorex is a Canadian based company, so they're one of our SDK mobile location data providers. They have a very robust understanding of consumer movements. They own a number of very prominent mobile location apps such as the weather network, et cetera, which actively require location services to be enabled. So they have a very strong presence here in the Canadian space. DOCMA is a multinational organization, although it is founded in Canada. They are a multinational organization that does reach and frequency modeling with us. So we've partnered together to really build out one of the most advanced reach and frequency methodologies within, not just within Canada, but from what we're seeing on a global scale. Manifold and Vividata are two partners of ours that we work with on the demographic, lifestyle, psychographic, and sort of behavioral components. So, you know, if we're creating audience segmentations and audience targeting that speaks to a specific demographic, whether it's male versus female or a specific behavioral component, so drinks coffee or lives an active lifestyle. Those are the two companies that we work with that really provide some information on that. And then we layer this all together internally with our data science team to really enhance and elevate out-of-home measurement. So we're trying to ensure that, again, everything that is being put out from a data science perspective or from a measurement perspective is really complementary. It's enticing, but it also it can be competitive in the sense that, you know, the data that we're providing is on par or better than some of the other data sources for other media formats. And that's something that's been really important to us as we've worked through this evolution of out-of-home measurements. None of this, excuse me, none of this would be possible without our product, if you will. So we embarked about 2 years ago on a new product development process where we couldn't find anything in market that was a pre-existing tool that really catered to our needs and that really sort of stood out and could handle both what we call production as well as planning. So we decided to build it ourselves. And we built a tool called Roadmap, which will launch in Canada in September. We're still sort of tweaking some of the features and functionalities, but it's very robust. It's got a really sleek UX UI component to it. And what you're seeing sort of on the screen here is a visual of the production side of things. When I speak about production and planning, on the production side of things, we really catered this to inventory management. So it's really like media owner centric, if you will. Everything a media owner would need to do from new build. So if a media owner is looking to get an estimate on a potential new location, they can log into Roadmap, they can put in the coordinates, and Roadmap will shoot back to them exactly what the circulation or the volume is, the impressions based on some assumptions of a loop structure or loop-less structure. All of that is built in systematically. So literally log into a web-based interface. They can get these estimates. They can then turn that inventory from just a simple estimate where, you know, I was just querying potentially what this could look like, to an active location that they can actually then start to garner additional information such as the reach and frequency and the audience segmentation side of things. So this tool manages all 70,000 locations right in one centralized web-based hub. It's all permission, so each media owner only sees their assets, but my COM team and my data science team sees everything. There's triggers built within it that if a new location is being added, you know, my team on the data science side of things get an email notification or a trigger within their inbox in Roadmap that identifies that they have something that they need to look at. And then all of this flows right through into a really sleek planning side of things. And the planning side is certainly geared more towards the buyers, where the buyers can leverage an interactive map that's got, you know, a left sidebar for filtering. It's got a drawer that comes up that has a tabular form with your data visualization component and a mapping side of things. A right-hand read bar that's churning real-time insights. So as you're filtering within the map itself, the right-hand read is updating your based on what is being displayed within the map, and it's updating the audience segmentation, it's updating the impression output, again, everything based on what's in the screen, in the filtered mapping environment. And the buyers can then take that tool or take a plan that they've created, let's say within Roadmap, and then reach out directly to the media owners to try and execute that plan. So we really tried to ensure that we were able to not just house all of this data that we have. You know, it's very robust. Our backend architecture is built on a platform called Snowflake, which is a database management. And we can talk through if anybody has questions about the tech stack or is curious about Roadmap itself. Feel free to reach out because we're happy to do demos of the product on more private stages, if you will, not as public as this one. But we'd be happy to share insights. We really wanted to ensure that we had a tool that was powerful enough to handle this data. And again, because we couldn't find anything in the marketplace, we had to build it ourselves. And I have to say that I'm very pleased with what we have developed thus far. All in all, in summary, we have been very, very busy working through enhancing out-of-home measurements, and it's something that we're very passionate about. We speak openly on global stages about how we're doing certain things, and we take ideas from other markets. We take insights from other markets and try to really learn the best practices. We learn various different unique approaches to whether it be outdoor or place-based, and we're really trying to bring out of home and measurement in out of home to the forefront of the advertising industry overall. So if anybody has any questions, I would love to hear from you, and just thank you so much for your time. This is sort of shameless self-promotion because we are doing an out of home awards. It's the first in Canada on May 25th, and there is an international award. The submissions are closed, but we did receive an overwhelming amount of international submissions and submissions overall. So very grateful for this, and thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Amanda, for joining all the way from Canada. Although we cannot just cross borders and hand over a memento to her, but a big round of applause for Amanda, everybody. And with this, it's time for our second half, and the second half first panel discussion. So we're going to start off with that. They say no outdoor technology or innovation is effective unless we have the right media format at the right location. Our next panel has come experts who will share how the right media format is essential to implement any technology and impressive creative. The topic for the panel discussion is leveraging digital out of home for innovative and impactful media formats. And let's welcome our dignitaries on stage, starting off with Mr. Alok Gupta, Director, Graphis Ads Limited. Also joining in would be Mr. Dheeraj Soni, National Sales Head, India, Lemma. Also on the esteemed panelists would be Mr. Nabendu Bhattacharya, Founder and CEO, Idea Cafe. And it gives me great pleasure to also welcome Mr. Yatnesh Pandey, VP Marketing, Greenply Industries Limited. And our session chair will be Mr. Ashish Karnad, EVP, Media and Digital, Hansa Research. Let's welcome our esteemed panelists with a huge round of applause, everybody. over to our session chair, Ashish Khanna.
Hello. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to this session on leveraging the digital OH for innovative and impactful media formats. Thanks to all the panelists for having agreed to be on this panel. Let me start this session by asking Nabindu, Alok, and Dheeraj, because they happen to be on the supply side of DOH, on what is really the difference between a digital OH versus the traditional OH, and what are the kind of different formats that are currently available in India?
Okay, so before we talk about what is different, I think we need to talk about what is common between OH and programmatic DOH. So I think common is OH and programmatic DOH itself in a media mix become a complementary to other medium which are available in the medium. Let's say on a social or whatever, let's say TV, whatever the other mediums are available in the media mix. OH and DOH are complement. We have seen where results are replicating in a multi-fold, or let's say on a social. Whenever a brand is activating OH or let's say DOH, they have seen good results within that media mix. I think these are commonality. In terms of what is the difference between OH and DOH is just a creative. What is the asset? On OH, you can only showcase static images, I think, which over the period of time become dead. On the other hand side, let's say for the digital screen, you can keep on rotating that creative, which can become engaging as well. Like recently, in the previous session, like Tata marketing lead said, they have executed one campaign which was engaging with the social users, and the content was showcased on digital screen. I think with the DOH, there are a lot of possibilities are around. The scope of work is tremendous. Like that's the opportunity for the entire industry.
Good afternoon, everyone. So Ashish, I've been a part of the industry since last 17 years or so. And when I started, we were completely a traditional out-of-home industry. And I'll be very honest, when we talk about OOH as a synonym, so 80% of normal people really don't know about OH also. They still relate it with outdoor. OH तो एक slang हमने पूरी industry को दे दिया, और अब DOH भी आ गया, then PDOH will come soon. But then when we are taking this shift from outdoor to DOH to PDOH, things have actually changed dramatically in last 3 to 4 years. So Dheeraj is representing Lemma, then we have add-on more, we have more media owners which are completely focused on the DOH part. The good thing about DOH is that there is no baggage one has to carry. OH, we have to carry a lot of baggage. We have some systems of sales which were through agencies, through direct lines. The DOH teams today are very disruptive in nature. They are actually behaving like what startups behave in any industry. So, so to say, DOH today is the startup baby of our industry, which will actually help disrupt the overall scheme of things. And in next 3 to 5 years, the changes will be far dramatic and drastic in nature. So to say.
Good afternoon. So I will not take anybody's side. I have to buy from DOH guys also. I have to buy from Selwell, Numi Mehta also. So I think DOH has its advantage. There are a lot of brands which are built. We have seen a couple of them, international example. On DOH, there are lots of brands were built on out of home. The famous brand we see, Apple. Worldwide, I don't know how many people you know because we handled my previous agency. Apple as a company, across world, they only use static medium. They don't use digital out-of-home medium. They are different, they want it to be premium, and they have done their class and aesthetic and beauty and creative everything they brought together and they use that as a example across world. So that's that. So in my mind, now let me come back to the point. Point is, in my mind, digital out of home is a comparison of typically a television screen. You are watching a movie versus a 70 screen, you are watching a movie. Okay? So DOH has that advantage. And now these creative guys have no question about what we can do in television, ad film, and all of that. We cannot replicate that here. Just imagine Zuzu campaign is playing on your DOH 100 feet by 200 feet. Okay? So it's actually a mobile screen on a steroid, as per me, DOH.
Interesting. So one question that comes to mind from this is that how is this different? I mean, the kind of formats that I've seen in India, how are these different from what is available in the Western countries? Because I've seen a lot of 3D OH happening there. There's a lot more than just a flat screen, which is a digital screen, in terms of format. So what's the kind of difference that you see in India versus West, and how do you think India will go, or how soon will India go towards what is available there in the Western world?
So it's a very interesting point. India today, I think maybe in next 3 to 5 years, we will be at par with West, if not ahead, because of the technological leap that we have taken as an economy also, and coming at par with all the economies. And if you're talking about the anamorphic campaigns that have happened in the West, which are, we see viral videos of Nike doing something in Japan and they are getting viral here. Today, yesterday only we saw anamorphic campaigns happening in India. So, I mean, there is no lag now in terms of time. I mean, whatever used to happen abroad is today happening in India. We saw a huge drone show by Madison, which was done a couple of years ago, and that was in Mumbai. The challenge that India today faces is not from the technology perspective, it's more from the regulatory perspective. When our governments will embrace DOH in either ways, whichever way it's possible, creating a whole new Times Square here, creating a whole new mall square kilometer wherein you can display LED screens or digital screens. When the regulatory side is ready, the media owners and the technology is always available to assist.
For us, let's say, from a lemma's angle, so we talk about platforms actually. So we are a SSP platform. On the other side of, in the Western world, we have seen they have created a wall garden. So we are the SSP, which is DSP agnostic. We give a fair opportunity for an advertiser to get a maximum delivery out of that entire campaign. And on the other side, publisher get a maximum value of that campaign, what they deserve. So on the other end of Western world, what they have done is they have created an entire wall garden. So they have their own supply and they have their own demand platform, and transaction is happening between their own platforms only. So I can say that Lemma is setting a benchmark, as Alok said, in terms of technology, or let's say in terms of economy, we are already chasing them, and very soon we are going to surpass them. So in terms of technology and everything, we are right now in the present, very soon we are going to surpass them, and ensuring that entire transaction which is happening on a DUH is very much transparent. Everyone who is contributing, who is a part of that entire transaction, is getting a maximum value. I think that benchmark Lemma is creating in India, which is going to replicate in Western world as well very soon.
So I think as a format, if you ask me, if I compare with Times Square, if you go to Times Square, you will see also different sizes. It is this wall of a building, or vertical, horizontal. So I think format is varied in across world, except for the small formats, which is movies and all. They are very similar sizes, but India also will have different sizes billboard, and that will convert into LED. But what I feel is right now what I see, it is not in video format. It is in slideshow format on the street level. Closed environment level, it is video. So slideshow format, what are the limitations? Obviously limitation will come when in terms of creating a storyboard or stuff. Measurement level, I am yet to know really what kind of measurement is going to come in the international versus India. So, and I think India will have a problem of every city regulatory bodies are different. Okay, what is allowed in Bombay, I think Numi will be able to correct it. That may not be allowed in Calcutta or in Delhi. So until it comes in, full force across, because India has its all different 5, 7, 8 regulatory bodies, what Alok mentioned. I think that's the challenge which will come. But I think we are going through a process of, so I am sure every country has gone through this process. Good part is this is happening very fast. It's very, very, in 6 months time I'm seeing so many digital billboards are converting. And that's good, at least there's a discussion and conference like this is happening, particularly on the DOH. So I'm sure something best is happening for the industry.
Yatnesh, coming to you, you are the end client, right? You are the demand side of. So where do you, personally, when you look at DOH, where do you think DOH fits in your media plans? Do you really look at a particular format or a particular kind of campaign saying that when I have to do X, Y, Z is when I will necessarily need to go to a digital out of home, medium, or how does it work?
So as an advertiser, we always face the in between the supplier and the measurement. So like I'm sitting here today. Before coming to the why we choose this digital out of home medium or out of home medium, let me give the some understanding or some context the category belongs to. So we are the home renovation category, home improvement category, where the consumer purchase cycle is long. And it is a very planned purchase cycle. So when you have to chase the consumer who has a long and planned purchase cycle, you have to be remain into this consideration set for a longer time. And then you have to create impact. So for the creating the impact, we use this out of home medium. Now, why we go with the digital out of home medium? We tried it only, the pilot budget has been placed. We tried it the once only, and we are still evaluating on this thing. This digital out of home medium has given us the first is the attention, because when you create a lifestyle creative, it is a better medium to give those lifestyle creatives. So you get those attention, you get those kind of the impact when get the size or the scale of this thing. The other thing is what we are getting, achieving it through this still we are evaluating all this thing. It's give us the clutter breaker also, because there is a, if you do any campaign, there is a some kind of the regional or local brands are there. They also use the out of home medium and they do the proximity marketing. There's many sites they come out. But once you use this kind of the site, because it has a creative, it has a attention, impact and clutter breaker, this give the better impact to the brand. So for us, is give us the what we had tried, it is given us these three things: attention, impact and the clutter breaking. And then we thought it is giving us the impact to us.
As per recent, I was going through some recent industry reports. Right now, what they're estimating is the share of out of home over the total advertising pie is about 6 to 7%, and it is slated to grow, is what they're saying. And digital OH is the one who's going to be driving it. My question to the supply side would be: you think is it a fair share? 6 to 7% growing to a 8%, 9%. Is that a fair share? If yes, why? If no, why? And then next, I would like to ask, in the same breath, as to what is it that you think is lacking? What should the out of home industry do to increase their share in your advertising budget? Yep.
Let them give the
so
answer.
yeah, is it a fair share? If I'd say yes, I'd be kicked out of the room. So it's not a fair share, obviously. But then we have our own set of unique challenges. People sitting in the room can't decide if it's fair or not. We are regulated or governed by people who don't know about outdoor. So that's why we are a very small pie. Because simply we cannot just tomorrow create 10,000 new sites out of the blue. That's not a possibility. If there was an opportunity,
then yes, there is a huge opportunity. If you look at the infra story of India, you just look at the airports, the metros which are coming up, the highways which are coming up, the out-of-home units on those infra will be a force multiplier for the industry overall. So we'll have more units to sell. Even if you talk today about top 20 cities in India, I think somewhere down the line, 70 to 80% of the out-of-home media would be more or less occupied. So there is a strong demand about the media. With digital out-of-home coming into picture, we see a lot of new clients getting added to the overall pie. And those new clients are across supply chain. I mean, they are from the government side also, they are from the retail, local retail, hyper local retail also, they are from the corporate end also. So the 6 to 7%, even if it moves to around 10% in 2-3 years time, I will not be surprised, to be honest.
So I also agree with the Alok on that incremental brands are coming in, who's contributing toward OH industry. So they are also like, participating and, activating their campaign on TUH medium, and, some of like, OH as well. So because that part of like, overall that media mix. Now coming back to how, like, is it a fair percentage? So right now, let's say one brand is spending 100 rupees and, 6 to 7 rupees is spent on OH, but mark my word, they're also spending 18 rupees on digital, and programmatic is enjoying that party. What at Lemma, what we have done is we have opened those gates for media owners, and they can participate via programmatic. So they can actually, grab that opportunity which Lemma has created in India. So let's say you are doing an OH campaign and you're getting 5 rupees from there, and there are possibility you can grab more 5 rupees, on your digital screen via programmatic routes. So let's say when we're talking about OH, majorly it's on roadside or let's say on a high street. But what about, let's say, is it available inside the malls? No. Is it available inside that, restaurants? No. But there are, ambient media, which is primarily a TUH. So you can actually get that pie from digital money. So I can say yes, the growth rate will be more than like 10 to 15%, going forward. And as Alok mentioned, there are brands who never ever, experience OH. I also agree with Yatnish as well. He said, like, they want to build a, they want to fill actually a top of the funnel. And no one can build that brand overnight. They have to do that, top of the funnel activities, which include OH and DOH also contribute. So it is going to be like, you can't miss those, DOH. So these days, like every audience is, let's say, traveling via car, or let's say, they have traveling via flights, or let's say they are like, inside, resto bars having drinks and spending 50 minutes there as well. So they are not on social media that time. They are not on, watching YouTube, but they are traveling. So they get exposed via OH sites. They get exposed by DOH side within that resto bars. So I think as a OH and DOH collectively is going to excel, and the programmatic demand, which is already there, that ecosystem is already there. Media owners can just participate. They can just enter that party and take the pie of that, that money as well.
So the 6 to 7% is very relative, because if we talk about China, their advertising, out-of-home advertising pie is 13%, okay? And if I talk about, I'll take example of, forget about DOH. The brand who has really taken out juice from the out-of-home until they went to 8-9 cities, which Hutch, 90% of their spend used to be on out-of-home. So, there was definitely ROI. There was some way of measurement. They were getting value out of it. So what has actually done wonder that it was 90% money spent until they went to 9 cities. So I think it is a lot of answer has to be given by the creative guys, because creative is a typically cut, paste, stop, press, which used to come into outdoor. So while media was expensive, I think creative hasn't done their duties properly. And Hutch was the very, very good example, okay? So in my mind, it is the brand managers or the CMO's decision in terms of, sorry, sir, in terms of really taking out juice of the medium. Uh, so, you know, it can be 20%, it can be 25%, but on an average, yes, 6 to 7%. Now that digital out of home is going to be in play, so there is no excuse. Television campaign, digital media campaign, and out of home campaign can be very similar. Okay. So in my mind, and when especially it is as large as that, okay, one particular site can also create history in my mind. Okay. If creativity is used, you know, my ex-boss Piyush Pandey used to talk about, you know, there's a lot of discussion on measurement. And there was a 6 feet by 3 feet billboard was put for pulse polio, okay? And they just twisted one leg. And it won all the awards across world you can think of, Cannes to everything. And he was presenting somewhere and he said, Mr. Brand Manager, how will I measure this? Like this? Like, so I'm saying if creative plays a role, okay, it can go viral and it can really work very, very differently. So I'm saying now that digital out of home also is in play, so it's really, you know, thinking that only 2% will increase, I am not in agreement. It should be double.
If I have to give the brand side answer on this thing, so we don't plan it. I think over the year, all the marketing teams are not planning based on to the budget allocation. They are planning more based on to the audience chasing. And I think the creative brief is also going what kind of the TG, what kind of the audience, and what is the brand objective we are going to achieve it. Based on that, the creative comes. And after that, we started making the media planning. So maybe what the telecom example or the cola example you are giving it, that's the brief or that's the brand objective they are chasing it. So it's depend upon the category to category and the brand objective. But what is the challenge we are facing it for the using this digital out of home or the out of home as a category, because there is not a proper currency or that convincing is not available to our planning rooms. So whenever the planner present the plan, they always give the, I had never seen any plan presentation started in the media plan presentation started with the out of home or digital out of home. It always comes at the end. So in terms of the priority, now even the digital has taken up and digital has started joining the same length and breadth what the TV is planning is there. But it's still the out of home, whenever it get presented to us, it's always, whosoever is the media agencies are there, it's always present at the end and always. And most of the time I feel pity when the meeting was ending, then they say, it's quickly try to run the slide and then they show some of the innovation and then waste all this thing. So I think as a medium supplier, somebody has to come out with those currencies so that it can become so convincing to the advertiser like us. And then I think there is a lot of potential available in the medium. Of the stage, I was talking to him and I said, in my whole career, I had never believed this medium, but last 3-4 years, I started strongly believing this medium. When we tried it and during the COVID time and the post-COVID, and then I had seen the results. So as a marketer, even this has changed my perspective. So far, no agency has presented this way, but I think this medium has a potential. But the allocation is not, is how the importance is going to come in.
Okay, so that brings me to the point of measurement. That's where I come from. So if you look at all your traditional media, okay, you talk about TV, and I've been personally involved in most of the measurement currencies that exist in this country. So be it TAM, be it the IRS, NRS for print, be it the RAM or radio, I've been a part of most of them. So one of my observations has been that when TV happened in India, 1992 was, I think, broadly when the cable and satellite has hit us. Within a year or two, the measurement was in place. Okay, the TAM was, I think, the people meter system started in 97, 98, but the direct measurement was there even before that. You look at print, you had the IRS, NRS running like 30, 35 years ago. As soon as the radio came into place, the FM radio came into place, the industry got together and they created RAM. I'm not getting into the, how good or bad those, those currencies are today, because that can probably take another full day of debate. But the point I'm trying to make here is that outdoor being there for so long, what has really stopped the outdoor industry from coming together and creating a common currency? When all the other traditional mediums have something or the other for the advertiser to bank on, what is really, stop the outdoor medium from coming together? And point number two is that now that our digital OOH is, going into a space, like you're saying, programmatic, the newer technology is coming in. Do you think this is the right time, the right opportunity for at least the digital guys to come together and say, let's come and create a common currency?
So if you look at television measurement, Bark came in, but the main 4-5 publisher came in, invested 500 crore as a starting point. Okay. Not that we haven't tried. We tried way back in 2006-7. So we tried doing something called Indian Outdoor Survey. Your ex-company, Ashok Das, was given the contract. Hansa Research was doing it. Total top 11 cities, the money were picked up also, some 2 crore. Ogilvy, I was part of Ogilvy, so Ogilvy was one of the contributor. What had happened is, eventually in 2 cities, means, 60% of the budget got vanished, Bombay and Pune. So Bombay and Pune was done properly, very thoroughly. MRFC was stamping it. Unilever was part of one of the supporter. I think we need to take a clue from, and after that 9 cities could not be done because he went out of budget. So the clue we need to take up from the Bark studies. Publisher needs to come. Agency, obviously now agency and media owner discussion will start, but typically agency works on 1-2%, and this is not end of the day their medium. They're just facilitator. So if television guys, they came in and they invested initial monies, and today they are actually getting the fruits. I think the media owner as a publisher should come in and put in that whatever is the money required, because that is the client ask, and that's a serious ask. I think need to come in and we need to do that, and whatever is the money required. If that means if they have put in 500 crore, at least 10 crore will go definitely in today's day and time. Okay, Nielsen or whoever can come in, then client can come in and they can stamp, entire body can work on it. So it's a matter of that, how that first 10 crore comes in, who brings in that money. So that's the question.
So before we talk about measurement, actually, whosoever is available in the room, they know that measurement is just a escape route, just to, get that, campaign onboarded. First of all, before talking about measurement, we must talk about addressability. Do we really know who's traveling via Western Expressway in Mumbai? If we know that, we can give them a better solution. If we know where the audience is, we can plan better. After that, there are solutions shaping up which can measure what is the impact of that campaign. So first thing is, all the brands are building first party data. Are you investing on first party data? If yes, measurement is there. If you are just missing that addressability, measurement is impossible. Whatever third party platform you plug in, it is going to fail. It is going to fall flat. You need to invest in addressability. You have to build that first party data. If you know who is passing through your site, if you know who is traveling through Mumbai airport, if you know what is the digital footprint of people sitting in this room, you can plan a better campaign. By default, measurement will give you a fantastic result. No one is going to ask you. Just invest in addressability. You'll have the measurability by default.
Talking from a media owner perspective, see, we are in an industry where the fragmentation is so high, it's so high that, I think every second or third year, top 20 media owners of India would be changing. Just because from the back end, it's not a problem statement as such, but the tenders that any media owner gets, it's 3 years, 5 years, 7 years, 10 years at max, not more than that. And during those 5 to 10 years, even if someone comes forward and puts his foot down to, start a measurement currency, to extrapolate that on a national basis, it's a Herculean task. As Nabenduda told that, it has been tried a lot of times in the past and in a lot of cities. But until and unless this industry remains fragment, and it is expected to remain so, there can't be any single measurement tool from the media owner's perspective. But when we are talking about data as such, that how many cars are there on roads, how many two-wheelers are there on roads, and on any particular stretch as such, then there are many tools which are available. It may be Google Mobility Data, or it may be any other platform which is offering those, the footfall that is happening on that stretch. But will that footfall or will that data convert it into a bigger revenue pie? Then that's again a question which has to be asked from the overall agency side. Because if you're talking about TAM data, if you're talking about IRS data, the assumptions that they are making, Ashish, you'll be knowing better what are the wrong assumptions and which are the right assumptions.
That's why I said I'm not getting into the
exactly. So that's why I also don't wish to get into that, because we are living, those assumptions are of archaic world. Today they think that one newspaper is being read by 4 people in a household, and where you have 3 generations, and only the older generation is more interested in newspapers. The rest who have already shifted to tabs. And when we're talking about TAM or BARC, can we also have the number of data points that they are picking up? So we are short of data, no second thoughts on that. But is the data of the other industry relevant? That's a question everyone can answer.
Can I?
Sure.
So I think, look, what client will look at is the common currency why they are looking at, because different data point won't work for them. This has to be put against all media, out of home is flaring. Okay. Now to be able to do that, there has to be a common currency measurement by out of home, and it has to be done by the industry. Now, as regards to your fragmentation, even BARC started with only 4 or 5 publishers. There will be 10 such publishers who are there for 50, 60 years. So no excuse. I think top 5, 6 guys should come in and they just put in that money. Okay, whatever that money is, 15 crore, 20 crore, whatever that money is, it is finally going to get back to all of us in a much, much bigger way. And I am party to it. Whatever percentage I need to give, I'll give.
Okay, just one other question, moving slightly away from measurement, and this is on the creative bit. I had originally not thought of that, but as that part came up here, and this is a question to all of you, is that typically when digital started becoming big in this country, there's always this debate about saying that should a television campaign be copy-pasted onto the mobile screen, or should there be a different creative? And we have seen that in some cases, and I've been a party to it, I've done enough research on that, is that in some cases a copy-paste works as well, but in some cases you need to have a different kind of creative, and the rules are different, because the sizes are different, the mentality with which the consumer is consuming it is different. A TV is a laid back medium, a mobile is a go forward medium. Outdoor, what are your thoughts on that? Especially when you get into a DOH, where today you have the opportunity to create whatever creatives you want, in terms of either it being stills or it being a video or it being you have those rotating.
So thank you for asking this question. Actually, I think there is huge opportunity in today's world to open an outdoor-based creative agency. I mean, and that's what I was discussing a couple of days ago with a friend, that we need to train a lot of people today, either in out-of-home space or in digital out-of-home space or creative out-of-home space. The presentation of Lim in the morning, it clearly suggested that 47% of the efficacy of the campaign was based on the creative. And still we are getting a lot of campaigns which are just cut, copy, paste. Because as Mr. Pandey told us that, we are the last slide in the presentation. And that's a fact. We have to accept that. So when we are the last slide in the presentation, how can we accept anyone or any creative team as such, to focus on out-of-home creative and look at it from a very different perspective. You will not believe 7 days ago, one of our campaigns just got canned in digital out-of-home space because the creative approved was 2:1, not 1:2. That's such a minor difference, but the client approvals, it takes the hierarchy just from 2:1 to 1:2 takes a week to get approved. So that's where, I'll actually work on it, the creative out-of-home agency. And by next year, I think we should come up with some good creatives and focus creatives which are only working in out-of-home space. Because we are different. Out-of-home is we are special rather. It's a special child of the overall media industry, and it needs special focus. Because this special child can actually create wonders for the other mediums.
I am a bit disagree on that, slightly. So I'll tell you why. Every brand, so, whenever they are sending an emailer, or let's say they are, buying a spots on, let's say, on TV, or let's say they are doing a social campaign, or let's say whatever there is on media mix, or wherever they interact with their TG, they want to leave a experience which is a unified toward their brand. So that's the reason that creatives are like that. It's not just a intentionally copy paste. It's just because of they want to leave a one experience with wherever they are interacting with their TG or with their existing consumer. In fact, let's say these days they talk about personalization as well at a scale. They want to build a great experience around with their all the touch point wherever it is. Even let's say so when you let's say you interact with these banks. Let's say when you swipe your IDFC credit card, and you get a message which is completely personalized. So they are doing it intentionally. So what I feel is because I belong from a MarTech platform as well. So they want to create a one unified experience. If they are talking about one communication on social, they want to replicate on OH as well. So they want to build a one unified experience. So let's say they're launching one brand, they can't change that communication. Yes, there can be some tweaks and up and down toward when they're creating a, let's say, reproducing a one asset for a OH for a banner, or let's say they are utilizing converting into video as well, or let's say they are ingesting some caricature, but the communication, the assets are more or less same because of a purpose, which is want to create a one experience. So that let's say I've seen an advertisement on OH, which is a bigger site on, let's say, on Western Expressway Highway. Next day, when I'm traveling from Mumbai to Delhi, on arrival screens, I can see the same messaging on arrival, baggage belt screen. And next day, when I'm, let's say I'm on a mini TV on Amazon, I see the same sort of, assets. So just connect me with that brand. I can recall what they want to communicate. I can immediately connect with that brand. So that's something, brand, silently at a back end try to, drive that, approach. I think that's the reason it's not a copy paste. I can understand, even, we as the Lemma, we also face a lot of challenges in terms of custom sizes, because all the sites got, custom sizes, and brand primarily produce one video which meant for TV or which meant for YouTube, because they are the one who's getting maximum, spend out of, their investment. So I can understand what is the pain behind that. Even we are also facing that. It's kind of an operational challenge. I can say that it's not a problem at all.
I think creative agency, the television company, the creative team who works on television network, television campaign, digital creative agency is completely different, because each medium is different and they need to be treated differently. So as of now, it is the out of home comes under traditional media. So basically the creative agency works on television campaign as well as out of home campaign and press campaign. But digital creative is done differently. So now my question is that why, when it's a different channel of media, wherein audience movement, speed, One billboard to the other billboard has a different challenge. One billboard has, street light junction 2 minute, the visibility time is 2 minute. The other billboard is, you are running at a faster speed. So obviously your logo sizing to your image to your everything needs to be changed. I agree with Alok. Each medium to be treated differently. Without changing the theme, what you are saying is theme. Theme can continue across, but the content which has to be done on out of home has to be different. And Idea Cafe is working on that, basically. We are specializing in content creation. Okay, that is what we are working on. And mainline creative people are working with us to build that.
If I have to give the advertiser side view on this thing, so our brief to the creative is always to achieve the certain goals. And based on that goal, they create a messaging. So I think gone are the days when we do the adaptation, like this creative goes into this adaptation. It has gone, it's almost over. You are right, Sambe Nebandu, there is a digital separate teams are there to come out with the separate version of the creative. The intent remain the same. But yes, out of home, that's kind of the creativity is not coming out because within the creative team, the teams are not that tuned. Sometimes they try to do the experiment and sometimes they try to do some kind of the innovation. This kind of the idea they're trying to bring out, but there is a scope is sub-level. So I think that will make the creatives more convincing for the out of home. Like you mentioned the example of the Apple. So maybe they had thought it the creative on that way to showcase this picture and this product feature. So that's the challenges there.
Thank you, gentlemen. I think we are already over time. I would now like to open to the audience if there are any questions for the panelists here.
If there are any questions, now is a good time.
No?
All right, with this, it's time for a perfect photo op. First of all, a big round of applause for our esteemed panelists, Mr. Alok Gupta, Mr. Dheeraj Soni, Mr. Navendru Bhattacharya, Mr. Yatnesh Pandey, and our session chair, Mr. Ashish Karnal. Let's give them a loud cheer, everybody. And may I take this moment to also invite on stage to present a memento on behalf of the team, Mr. Sandeep Bomireddy, co-founder of Ads on More. Let's welcome him with a huge round of applause, everybody. And a quick photo op right here with you joining in, sir. A quick picture. Can you have a huge round of applause for our esteemed panelists for sharing their thoughts, knowledge, experience all together right here on this stage. Well, we are tweeting all throughout this day on our official Exchange for Media Twitter page. Make sure you keep those messages and comments coming on with the hashtag E4M Neons OOH. And yes, we are all waiting for those awards this evening. But now it's time for our next session. It's going to be an eye-opener for all of us, as it will bring in some real-time case studies on what actually works for effective digital out of home. What are the hurdles? How do we overcome them? I'd like to invite on stage Ms. Vinku Chakraborty, President Rapo Chrome, to state the reality of digital OOH in India. Let's welcome her with a huge round of applause, everybody. Well, they say if your name follows with a round of applause, it's always a mark of a great induction.
Good afternoon, everyone. So today is the second day of the conference, so I'm not going to share many complex charts, graphs, and a lot of data right now. I'm just going to share with you what is our perspective of reality of digital out of home, the way we see it today in India. So what we have captured over here are the different stages of digital out of home that we see in India today. This year we consider, or I would say, the years that we are going through are the second innings of digital out of home in India. The first innings was way back in 2008-9 when digital out of home started. Over a period of years, it kind of established itself, and 2015-16 onwards, we have seen greater traction in terms of the volumes which have come up in different ambiences, across different places, across different geos, etc. So if you just see the trajectory, it has really grown. First, the growth was across transit and then place-based. When I say place-based, it covers basically all those areas wherein digital out-of-home is present across gyms, restaurants, residential, etc., etc. Before I talk more about it, just want to share that for any new media to proliferate, there are primarily 4 stages which it goes through, any kind of new media, and this is medium agnostic. There are 4 key stages. The first stage is of development stage, when the media technologies are being developed. That is the time when new media technologies are being invented. A lot of money is getting into research. And the second stage is all about proliferation, wherein these new media technologies, they are being widely shared with the people, and consumers are adopting these technologies. And the third stage is of convergence, wherein different mediums, they converge with each other and they merge with each other. And the 4th stage is of ubiquity stage, wherein the media becomes so pervasive that it kind of becomes invisible completely. And that is the time when another medium comes and becomes a disruptor. And this is my hypothesis, that in digital out of home today, we are in stage 2. We are in a stage of proliferation. And each stage has its own opportunities and challenges. So let's have a look at where exactly we are in India as of now. So one, we have seen increased space of roadside DOH. We have seen some impact sites coming up across few metro cities, I would say. But if you look at the map, which is over there, you will see there's a huge traction in terms of roadside DOH across top 25 cities. If we were to bundle up the volumes where this growth is happening, it is not only metro cities, but even tier 1 cities as well. Today, as on date, Ahmedabad tops this list wherein there are more than 100 plus DOH sites. And all these numbers combined together contribute to 3% of the total DOH in India. Second, place-based networks lead the volumes. Why they lead the volumes? Because it amalgamates lots of mediums together. All the malls, multiplexes, gyms, restaurants, etc., come over here. And this is a big chunk, and this chunk is contributing to 67% of the total DOH. And out of this entire chunk, residential DOH tops the list. And nowadays, through residential DOH, we are able to garner significant reach across metro markets and tier 1 markets. These are some of the stunner sites that I have deliberately put up over here. This shows the way DOH has grown in India. Across ambiences, now we can do campaigns on these stunner sites. Third is the increase in the transit networks that we have seen across airports, across railway stations, across metro stations. In fact, there are few DOH assets which also have audio capabilities right now. And this entire piece contributes to 30% of the total DOH as it stands in India today. As they say, when the market expansion happens, creative experimentation is not much behind. And that is very true of our country as well. This is the kind of work that our agency has done in the last 1 year. And I will just name few of the creative enhancements, tech integration that we have all done for multiple clients of ours, ranging from anamorphic, which is 2D, 3D, QR codes across duet screens, dynamic creatives, countdown timers, API integrations, full motion creatives, live streaming, using differential creatives on sequential sites, and having live deals and offers on different DOH. And this is the work of one agency in the last 1.5 years. And I'm sure if we were to bundle up all the work that all the agencies and all other media partners have done in the last 2 years or 3 years, In India, we have really come a long way in digital out of home. Also, there is increased creative dexterity now in terms of the way we are using the creatives in digital out of home. We now, in fact, across multiple media partners, creative parting, time-based is available. Multiple creatives can be deployed over time. You can do asset-level customization, which we have been experimenting with, which we have been piloting with for different clients of ours. You can do 2D, 3D, anamorphic creatives. At the same time, you can do a play between static and dynamic videos as well. I spoke just now about the tech integration that we have done in the last 1.5 years. Also, there are a couple of media partners who are also providing a lot of audience data. While, I must say that everybody is not in a position to provide this level of data, but yes, we have seen some green shoots of nice data which is coming our way in the form of demographic details, reach and impression numbers. Some have even tried to arrive at multiplier impression numbers. Behavioral affinities and also log reports are coming in. But again, there is a lot of struggle over there to garner this kind of data. But yes, there are some media partners who have taken the onus on them to provide all these details. While this is all very good stuff that we are talking about, I also want to talk about a few challenges that we see right now in this medium. While we were collating this, I sat with my team to arrive at this list, and it was a long list. But we have just bundled all of this into 3 parts. There are 3, I would say, bigger buckets of the challenges of DOH that we see today. The first pertains to infrastructural challenges and high pricing, especially roadside DOH. The second part pertains to efficiency and effectiveness. And the third part is of regulatory framework, which plays a very important role in out of home. Going to the first point of infrastructure limitations and high pricing, I just want to make one point very clear to all the stakeholders of DOH, that there is uneven proliferation of digital out-of-home assets which is happening pan-India. It is not restricted to any specific geography, but it's happening pan-India across markets, and it's very disheartening. Right now, since this conference is happening in the city of Mumbai, we have used the map of Mumbai to showcase how disparate this coverage is. If we were to do a mid-size campaign of out-of-home, we generally take around 20-25 billboards. But if we were to do a campaign using DOH as of today, it is just restricted to 3 to 4 hotspots which are highlighted in red. It shows the limitations of the reach that DOH spread is giving to us today. And it is happening all across geos. It's not only Mumbai per se, but across markets. Second bit, which is more worrying, is the fact that road-size DOH is becoming very expensive. Roadside DOH, as compared to same static, bigger sites, is on an average 10 to 15% more expensive, while the impressions are much more lessened because this is being consumed on a slot basis itself. And this is a very worrying trend, not only for DOH, but also for out-of-home itself, because out-of-home in India is very inflationary in nature. In the last couple of years, because of the debacle that we had because of the COVID, the rates are just going up, the new tenders are expensive. So somewhere down the line, we need to check the pricing, moderate the pricing of the assets if we want the industry, if we want DOH as a medium to grow further. Second big bit, which is again a big grouse, is the fact that, few media partners today are giving location impressions, which is not correct. We need to have spot-wise impressions, and which can be made available. It's a little bit of more tech than what they have currently, plus advanced mathematical modeling, which can be done, but which is not being done right now. And this is a big ask from all the advertisers and from all the specialist agencies. Second bit that the earlier panel also were discussing is the fact that, there are no creative guidelines. DOH is a different medium altogether. It needs to be used, consumed in a very, very different way, which is not happening. None of the media partners today are in a position to tell us what works, what doesn't work, and which ambient should you do, maybe, let's say, a dynamic video, or a 10-seconder and 15-seconder. Couple of days back, in our office only, we were debating what works better, 10-seconder, 15-seconder, 25-seconder, because the dwell time is different. Malls are different, airports are different, bus depots are different. What works where? Nobody has any clue. While we are mounting pilots with our advertisers to understand, I would say, this uncertainty and this ambiguity that DOH is giving today. This is an area wherein everybody needs to work, though Alok talked about a business idea that he had, that he's going to start a creative agency, but I think the onus is on all the stakeholders, and it's not only the media partners, but I think everybody needs to collaborate over here to figure out what works for this medium in the most optimal way. Third, most important bit is, again, pertaining to the fact that there is no research. Very less research, money is being spent on the researchers. There are no brand lift studies which are happening. Now, when advertisers are putting in the money in, let's say, out of home or any other medium, they want to see the returns. They want to understand whether this money is well spent or not. Because things are becoming very difficult at advertisers' end as well. You know, every penny that they spend is being questioned, internally as well as externally. But digital out of home doesn't have any answers today. So we need to put a little more effort over here to create a nice, rich body of work which can answer questions which all the advertisers are asking today. Thirdly, I would say the most important component of this entire matrix that we have is the regulatory framework that we have. The fact that there is uneven proliferation again stems to this fact only that the regulation for out of home is uneven across cities. There are multiple corporations involved and all. But there has to be some way in the sense that wherein we can go to them collectively and tell them to, you know, plan DOH in a certain way, because DOH adds to the beauty. Even out of home and DOH both, they add to the beauty of the cities wherever they are present in. So there's a lot of work that is required over here. Secondly, the licensing procedures should be made easier for the media partners for them to proliferate further. Because of all this ambiguity which is there in the background, there is fragmentation of ownership. I heard the earlier panel also talking about the fragmentation and the fact that, you know, there are regulatory hurdles. We need to fix those and do something about it. While it's a long list of challenges that we just bundle up together, I'm not going to spend much time over here, but the big question that I'm going to ask everyone over here is, do you think there is any hope? Do you think that we can do anything to fix it? Please tell me your honest opinion. Say a yes or a no. Do you think this can be fixed, all these challenges, or something can happen out of it? Okay, so I hear a yes, and I agree with you that it's a yes, we can definitely fix, if not all of it, but some part of it. So moving on to the fact that, you know, how do we build the speed better? How do we ensure that DOH also contributes to the growth of out of home? At the end of the day, the industry will improve. So again, I have divided this into 4 parts. One, we need to have more industry collaboration. When I say industry collaboration, advertisers, creative agencies, specialist agencies, media partners, we need to sit together. We need to share our learnings in terms of, again, what works, what doesn't work. How does a particular medium, you know, behaves in a certain ambience? What all guardrails should be there from a creative perspective? While all of us in numerous conferences have been talking about the fact that the out-of-home copy gets adapted, the print copy gets adapted to out-of-home, what is it that we have done to fix it? So a couple of us on the special agency sides have taken multiple measures to fix this and to create some guardrails, guidelines for the clients and all of that. But there is a bigger industry collaboration which is required to have workshops, learnings, case studies shared, etc., etc. Second part, which is most important, is that there should be even infrastructure development across ambiences and roadside, so that, you know, there is a balance between glut and paucity. We have seen in few markets right now, they are leading, I can see that future, wherein few markets are leading towards a situation of glut, wherein after a couple of months, there will be so much of oversupply that we really don't know whether those sites or those slots will be sold or not, which again would be a very sad situation for the media partners who have made investments. So over there, we need to have some sanity and a far-sightedness at the end of municipal corporations to plan this out. Thirdly, from the media partners, we need higher tech and data integration in terms of multiple things, the way the planning is happening, the way deployment is happening, the way verification of playouts is happening. A lot of work is required over there. Today also, if you ask for log reports are provided, but after some point of time. So that is something that needs to change at the media partners end. Most importantly, we need to train our people. And when I say we need to train our people, we need to train everyone. We need to train our own teams. We need to train the clients. We need to train the brand teams. We need to train the creative agencies. Because they really don't know how DOH works. DOH is very, very different. It pans out very differently. And we are, though at our end, we are doing some workshop for the clients as well to train them, but I think it has to happen at a bigger scale, wherein we need to train people, especially even within specialty agencies. Not everybody can today plan and buy digital out of home. Apart from that, they cannot even deploy it. So there are huge challenges over there in upskilling of the people, and I think it is the need of the hour. We need to upskill our people. The entire ecosystem, it's not only agencies or partners, even the clients, advertisers need to be trained in this medium. Okay, it was a long list that I shared earlier, and we all know that we can't boil the ocean. Even if we want to, we cannot do everything together. So we will have to sift through a couple of things that we need to focus on. We need to identify a few action points that we need to go after. So this is what I've written down over here. That one, we need to definitely train our people. Training is need of the hour. Rational pricing will do wonders for the medium. If you are able to moderate prices, make roadside digital out-of-home much more economical, much more competitive than static, it will definitely open up more avenues. Planned infrastructure is also required, and definitely a lot got spoken about unlocking creativity, so I'm not going to spend more time over there, but yes, there is tremendous scope to unlock higher creativity. A lot more is possible in terms of DOH and what all can we do and the way it can be integrated with technology. And lastly, measurement. We have seen some green shoots happening on DOH as well, but they need to be made better. Measurement has to be low cost and scalable. It can't be restricted to just one media partner who's providing it. It has to be scalable because all of us handle national advertisers who have national rollouts across cities and across touch points. Thank you.
You know, one of the most soft-spoken speakers across this conference, but she drives the point out of home. All right, I'd request you to be at center of stage, and I take this opportunity to invite on stage Mr. Mukesh Gupta, CMD Graphis Ads, to present a memento to Ms. Vinu Chakrabarti. Thank you so much for doing the honor, sir, and thank you so much, Vinku, for doing such a lovely session right now. But now it's time for a panel discussion. And before we go ahead with our next panel discussion, well, I always believe staying connected is very important, and you need to keep yourself abreast of development. So please, delegates and panelists, subscribe to Business World Group magazines. It'll add to your professional quest for knowledge, insight, and there's some really exciting offers on the annual subscription of BW Business World Group magazines right there at the registration counter. You can go ahead and contact Mr. Gorak Sanap there. With this, it's time for our leaders panel discussion, and the topic is to infinity and beyond, the out of home forecast. And it gives me immense pleasure to welcome our panelists, starting off with Dipankar Sanyal, CEO, Platinum Outdoor. Also joining in on stage would be Mr. Mangesh Shinde, co-founder, Osmo Advertising. It gives me immense pleasure to welcome on stage Saibal Gupta, co-founder and CEO, Expedia Group. And on our list of esteemed panelists, we also have Vikas Novel, country head, Interspace Communications. And our moderator for this session will be senior assistant editor for Exchange for Media Group, Ms. Kanchan Srivastava. Let's welcome our esteemed panelists with a huge round of applause, everyone. Over to you, Kacha.
The beauty of this segment is that you get a niche audience with huge attention span. So a huge round of applause for the audience, please. So our esteemed panelists are Deepankar Sanyal, CEO, Platinum Outdoor; Mangesh Shinde, co-founder, Osmo Advertising; Saibal Gupta, co-founder and CEO, Expedia Group; and Vikas Noval, country head, Interspace Communications. So absolutely honored to have you here in this panel. And Priyanka has given us a very interesting topic, to infinity and beyond, OH forecast. So before going into the future, let's find out when was the OH born. Any idea? Any idea from the audience? So, well, it is believed that outdoor advertisement existed, 8,000 years ago, and apparently there are some proofs in the form of, stone carving at the Dholavira architectural site in the Kutch district of Gujarat. And I was speaking to Saibal, and he told me that around, 2,500 years ago, the Romans and Greeks, they used to, roam around the city, with painted posters on their bodies. But modern advertising, out of home advertising started in the US in 1830s, I guess. And the very first billboard was, it was about a circus. So from stone carvings to body paints to, location-based personalized targeting, out of home advertising has come a long way. And what lies ahead in the future, we would like to know from you. So first question is from Deepankar. Deepankar, how will OH medium still be relevant in the future, given the fact that, digital is getting increasingly high share in the ADEX?
So I think this question has two parts. I would read it as two parts. One, whether outdoor is going to be relevant. Okay, just to give you some basic stats, I'm talking about India for the time being. 137 airports, more coming up. Bharatmala project, where all the tier 2 towns, tier 1 towns are getting connected, and the golden quadrilateral. More road infrastructures coming up. 13 operational metros, 23 new metros coming up, which means that Indian government is not going to keep the Indians home, right? So people will be moving out. So outdoor will remain relevant as long as people are outside. Coming to the second point, whether in the digital world, see, the beauty of outdoor is that it has adopted and adapted itself to the digital world, which is the bigger pie. So if you look at digital, which is growing at 30% in the traditional way, outdoor is becoming a part of the digital. It's not negating it, it's just not remaining the way it used to be, but it is adapting and adapting to digital, which makes it a part of the bigger pie. Hence, it's not getting irrelevant in that sphere also, which means that outdoor is going to proliferate, outdoor is there to stay, and it's going to continue to grow.
Wonderful. Now, Saibal, what is your forecast, about the industry in next 10 years or 20 years?
Hi. Hi. Yeah, now it is okay. So what I feel, see, it is out of home and digital out of home nowadays is no more a billboard advertising, right? And it is no more a digital LED screen, right? It is all about experience creation. It's an open canvas for ourselves, right? So why, I don't know, industry only talks about, billboard and your digital billboard. Why we can't include experiential marketing, right? So as the time will flow, more ad tech integration will happen and more experience creation will happen. More experience creation will happen, our pie will definitely be bigger, right?
So it is not only about digital out of home and out of home. It is only the billboard, right? It is more about experience creation. Now we are talking about anamorphic. Now, in the earlier panel discussion, actually, Mr. Navendu Bhattacharya was talking about content. Absolutely, it is absolutely important that content has to be much, much more important. Then nobody will talk about that measurement, nobody will talk about that how many people have seen. We have seen that Zomato, Doodh Mango and Main Dahi Dunga kind of advertising and how it has been trolled socially, right? So it was important, right? Because one billboard has been put up there and it has been trolled all across. How digitally it has been spreaded all across. So it is all important that content and ad integration and experience creation. More this will be coming on this and more it will grow. The industry will grow in that way. So I feel that.
Yeah, it's interesting. Mangesh, how is the measurement in OH industry is evolving? And do we have any authority, in the industry like we have, BRC in the TV and INS for print?
So Kanchan, you opened the session by throwing up a question to our audience, asking them how about the longevity of out of home, how old the medium has been. Every single person in this room would agree that yes, it is the oldest form of communication. Many of us would also unanimously agree that out of home measurement is not as evolved as its traditional and the digital peers. Since you've mentioned BARC, let us try to understand how TV measurement is structured. BARC has deployed barometers across 50,000 households across the nation. The 50,000 sample that has been recruited is basis the NCCS classification and demographics. And then it gets cascaded down to broader geographies, right? So the broadcasters embed something called as a unaudible audio watermark, which is decoded by the barometer, and that's how the viewership data is captured. So if we were to, take cue from BARC methodology, it follows top to bottom approach. For out of home, I would say it would work in a reverse manner because out of home is all about place-based, it is all about location-based advertising. So here we have to take an approach of bottom to top. So if we have a look at the deepest administrative region that we have, that is a pin code, in instance, Mumbai has 175 pin codes. Market Research Society of India recommends 30 as a minimum sample size. So if you do the math, the sample size or the panel size for Mumbai itself comes to around 5,500. So adding Delhi, it would go to around 12,000, 13,000 panel size, which is a little less than 25% of the entire BARC panel, right? So if we look at the numbers, out-of-home panel would then be almost 10x of BARC, but the outdoor industry is 10% or 0.1x of the television industry. So the gap is really huge. And we as business owners, media concessionaires, agencies have to take this call if it is financially feasible to get invested and see the light at the end of the tunnel if those return on investments are going to come. So that's the larger question, point number A. Point number B is, we spoke about the methodology. Even if we successfully implement it, how would you cascade it down to an asset level? Point number 3 is, if you're talking about assets, something which doesn't exist in television industry is site attributes. We can debate every day that yes, we can have a grid in place saying that, okay, this side is head on, this side is parallel, it's angle, it is away from the road, the time spent is this much. We can have a fancy grid in place. But then at the end of the day, if my target audience is the one who prefers to self-drive, head on is the priority for me. And if my audience is someone who prefers to be chauffeur-driven, LHS or left-hand side or the right-hand side hoardings away from the road becomes a priority. So the importance of the grid changes from audience to audience. The fourth point is, many of the earlier panelists have also pointed out rightly that there are so many concessioners. I believe in a couple of breaths you can take out the names of all the major television networks, right? But if you have to take the names of so many media concessionaire in out of home, it would take a day. So there is huge fragmentation in the industry, which adds on to the operational and financial hassle.
Yeah, Vikas, as Mangesh said, so I feel in absence of, any credible measurement, how can we bring, more credibility and relevance to the medium?
Let's understand there is a transformation that all of us we are a part of, and thanks to the technology and the digitization that's happening, the transformation is happening at a faster pace. If we were to look at television has been replaced by YouTube, you can watch any content of your choice at any point of your time, so that there's a ease of convenience, right? So if you were to look at newspaper has been replaced by Twitter, your radio has been replaced with podcast, and eventually theaters have lost their buck and shine to OTT. Out of home is still standing tall, and that's perhaps the merit in out of home is. And having said that, we can't be complacent. There needs to be a little bit of adaptability, and that's what I would call as relevancy that is needed. Uh, and if I were to say what needs to be done to bring the credibility and relevancy, we need to position ourselves better. We need to change our positioning. We can't be selling square feet or an Excel sheet or 10, 20 second of display. What we need to do is what's out of home is known for big, bold, beautiful. So we should be focusing on selling the impact, selling the wow factor. That's something that doesn't come easily. And that's what outdoor has been doing all these years. So if I were to simplify it, I think we need to change our positioning from just someone who has a great network of media owners, sites, and execution bandwidth. Somewhere we need to change it to the brand custodians who are selling the wow factor and the impact.
Very important point you made. And before, moving on to the second round, I would like to have a quick question round. Which O ad do you think is timeless? You can start.
Timeless, that reminds me of Nabindu Bhattacharya. I'll tell you why. So early 2000, I do not know how many of you would still remember, Hutch got into a tie with MSN Search, and when they did the TVC, TVC shows a guy searching on his phone, Eskimo, and the TVC moves from his dining room to a boat where Eskimo is traveling, then there's a bus where the Eskimo is traveling, then Eskimo is crossing the road, and by the time the search is completed, all he could see is Eskimos around the table. Okay, Ogilvy team, the then Ogilvy team led by Nabindu did a fantastic job on recreating the same magic on billboards. There's a billboard at Pedder Road at Mahalakshmi Junction on the left-hand side, 4020, conducted by Roshan, and it has a perennial problem of pigeons shitting on the board. And all of us, we have heard client ranting for the entire mess that the pigeons used to create. And what these guys did was they put up the same idea on the billboard, and this time instead of Eskimo, it says pigeon, and you could see pigeons at any point in time. So I think that is something every time if you were to ask me, I think that still takes the cake hands down. So tactical, strategic, hyperlocal, and
Fantastic
relevancy.
ad it was, Saibal.
So I've been working in this industry since last 3 decades. So one advertising which always keeps reminding me and to see that billboard is Amul advertising. Amul billboard means earlier it was painted with the current content of that particular day or particular week. Now it's on the flex, it's there. So there are many such, but out of that actually I think Amul is one which I can recall.
Thank you.
In domestic market, my first interaction with out of home when I was a child was the classic "Ghar nahi jaunga main" SL word campaign with some beautiful messaging that struck with me at that point in time. But I believe that Balbir Pasha Kaun Hai was a tremendous campaign that was executed. I'm not sure who executed it. Was probably Radio Mirchi or Radio City. I'm not sure about it. but this was just a bus panel campaign that was spread across the entire city, and the entire then millennials were talking about who really is Balbir Pashan, what is he trying to convey, right? So the messaging struck very hard to the point with the correct audience. Globally, if I talk about, I believe, I mean, Coke has been a pioneer in doing masterpiece communications with the out-of-home context, and McDonald's, who have used their logo as signages for redirecting them to their nearest store, I believe is the classic and the perfect way of using out-of-home.
Superb, really. Dipankar.
So to me, an outdoor advertising which does not require to add too many dots and you will still remember is a perfect advertising for me. For that, I come from a city called Calcutta. And, you know, for some 50, 60 years back, even before I was born, there was a site or a bridge panel which was put up. Then it was the highway on going towards Barrackpur, which had Dunlop written on it. And till date, that place is known as Dunlop. The bridge does not exist, that panel does not exist, Dunlop has gone down the drain, whatever has happened, but that place is still called Dunlop. To me, that is the power of outdoor.
Wonderful. So Dipankar, next round, I would like to start from you only. So manpower. Yes. Oh my God. So journalists खाली questions पूछते हैं, हमें answer देना नहीं आता. Okay, but still, I think Blinkit at Zomato ad, that was simple, quirky, and it was inspiring. It inspired so many brands, and it went viral. Went to digital everywhere, right? So same. So Dipankar, manpower is a major issue in the industry, I suppose. So do you see that? Do you see that issue is spiraling up in the future as well?
See, any industry is built on manpower, right? Outdoor is fast evolving. It's going into the digital space. Requirements from the brand side is also changing. Today, clients don't just look at people who they know they are comfortable with, but they would like to talk to people who understand their brand. So there are three things which from an agency perspective that a client looks at. One is from the creative angle. Second is strategy and planning. Third is the buying. And fourth is your buying strategy, creative, and client servicing. Now, all these four have to evolve or is evolving. The kind of people coming into it have to be very different. So today you don't have a person who can just build relationship. You need a person in the client servicing who understands brand and speak the client's language. A. Creative, it's just not, the days of shaking hands and shaking legs are gone, right? That's not innovation anymore. Somebody who understands technology and at the end of the day tie technology to the client's ROI is the one who is required in the creative. Strategy and planning, person who understands data, analytics are the one who are required in data. And lastly, buying, because it is moving to digital, it's guys who understand programmatic buying are the ones who are going to be required. So the entire spectrum is changing, and that kind of people are talking about upscaling. But if you look at the kind of people that are working in this outdoor industry today, kind of fossilized, right? I mean, you upscale it to what level? It's the new blood which is required, which is going to take this industry forward. So I think manpower
A
needs
very
to change
critical
it.
point you made, Dipankar. In Saibal, so as you mentioned about, manpower is the issue in the tech form also, in the tech field also. So, but marketers today, they run after, data, metrics, impressions. So how is the industry, gearing up, for the measurement thing?
Yeah, everybody is talking about measurement. Everybody has their own tool, and they all demands that my tool is better than other. All across this thing is happening, right? So probably not today, it will take some time, but over a period of time, more accuracy on API integration on the supply side, under measurement platform, Google Map API, Google Data API, or census data, or many other data, when it will be integrated simultaneously with all the platforms, this will be a currency tool will happen. But not today, it will take some time, right? Probably 3 or 4 years. Now everybody is working on towards this. Let it get complete, then it probably it will be there.
So because OH, currently accounts for, 4% of the ADEX. So do you think that, innovations and IoT, AI, will they help the industry to increase the ad revenue and probably the share in the ADEX?
Definitely, not so soon, not immediately, but it's a gradual shift. It's going to take time. It's process. We have come a long way from the time when we used to paint the billboards to part paint, part print, and then to print. So this is definitely going to take some time, and for sure it would add to the edX. But there's a challenge. Currently, what's happening is the entire DUH IoT innovation budgets is basically eating out of the conventional out-of-home budget, right? So if I were to say it's a cannibalism which is happening in the industry, till the time the media doesn't speak for itself, it doesn't create its own mark, and that could only be created when you use the basic nature of it, which is you make it interactive, you make it far more appealing. And that is a time when it would have merit to show, that's a time when it can build a case study of its own, and that's when you can go and ask clients that we need a different budget for the digital out of home, and it can't be eating out of the conventional out of home budgets. That's point one. The second is we need to redefine out of home. We can't be selling out of home as a square feet or 10, 20 second of display, right? And this is perhaps where we made a mistake sometime back when we started to stay away from the mall advertising, theater advertising, and it actually went out of the out-of-home budgets. Few clients consider it as out-of-home budget, few don't, and we can't be repeating the same mistake. And this time we need to go and tell the clients that, listen, DUH is something which delivers different objective for you, and we need a different budget for this. You can't be eating out of the out-of-home budget. So when we are able to do it, when we are able to redefine the out-of-home, that's when the entire pie would be growing. Till then, if we are eating out of each other's pie, it's not going to help us.
Very important point. Vikas, Mangesh, do brands and creative agencies, still think OH is a part of, their print and TV advertisement, or do they consider it, differently, from communication perspective?
I would say yes and no both, and both are completely justified. Uh, Brands, advertisers today are spending huge amount of monies to understand a particular problem. The creative agencies come up with a solution to address that problem and create a proper messaging. On the media perspective, there are multiple channels. There's YouTube, there's television, there's print, there is a lot of fragmentation in out of home and digital as well. There is cross device targeting, but the consumer is one for all the mediums, right? So the messaging that needs to be perceived by the consumer at the end of the day has to be uniform. There has to be no confusion that probably out of home is speaking something different about the product and television is speaking something. All that money that you have spent has gone down the drain. So from that perspective, I believe, yes, outdoor does becomes a extended part of the traditional creative or a digital creative for the matter of fact. But times are changing, I believe. Brands have started to look at out of home in a complete different way in cases where they need some differentiation for a particular campaign or a product. So I recall doing this campaign recently, a 3D anamorphic campaign for one of our clients, wherein we had to take the lead in, creating the storyboard, understanding the elements of the entire storyboard, create them, coordinate with the creative agency to get it done, to get that look and feel on the out of home format. So I believe tech-led innovations is where out-of-home agencies need to step up and give those proper recommendations and be a part of the entire creative journey. And that is a start point where the brands will also start giving opportunities to us agencies that you can think from out-of-home perspective for a couple of ideas or subs to meet their certain objectives. One is tech-led and the other is contextual communication. Sebil just mentioned, you also mentioned Blinkit and Zomatos of the world, Amul, right? So that is one case for contextual communication where out-of-home, because we understand location, we can integrate location insights in the creative as well, right? So I believe, yes, it has been an extended part, but I believe that's going to diminish for special cases.
So good to see that industry is, becoming progressive. Now, quick concluding remarks from all of you. Because you can.
Like I said, two things. One is we need to change the positioning of out of home. We can't be selling out of home is not just square feet or certain digital displays. That's one bit. And second is we need to redefine the out of home. Yes, there's going to be a little bit of tech, little bit of data, a little bit of science, little bit of method, but it's more of a hygiene factor. We still need to play for what out of home is known for, which is the big, bold, beautiful out of home, creating impact, creating a wow factor. And these days, if something does not have a photographic memory, it's not worth spending time upon. So if you're not able to create a photographic memory of your campaign, it's all waste. So.
I'll talk about the same thing, only it's all about content and ad tech integration. More ad tech integration, it is not only about anamorphic content or normal content. I'm talking about projection mapping, laser projections, holography projections. Different things can be done in this canvas actually. And more will do it, more outdoor will grow.
So as long as out of home, digital out of home, programmatic digital out of home, whatever you can name it, is able to move the moving audience who is on the move to take some actions, and those actions create an impact on the brand KPIs. At the end of the day, the marketer is going to gain trust on the medium. He or she is going to see the results fructifying. I also, plus to what Mr. Dipankar said, the industry needs a lot of talent coming in from tech, data science, from creative divisions, to be able to climb that ladder and take out of home to at least a 5,000 crore industry in next year.
Thanks, Mangesh.
So to me, it's very simple. Outdoor is here to stay, and it is going to grow. There are no two doubts about it. It's just that we need the right kind of people coming in to make it happen. Data will be there. Pricing will always be an issue, but it's just the kind of people who drive that it's going to make the difference.
So I think that the panel agrees that all forms of advertising and all formats will coexist in the future. There are some challenges in terms of measurement, manpower, and maybe mindset as well. But I think outdoor is, poised to grow thanks to, tremendous innovation that is going on in the industry, creativity, and its own timelessness. Thank you so much for your time, energy, and intellect, to share with us. Thank you. Thank you, Vikas. Thank you, Saibal. Thank you, Mangesh. And
May I request Kanchan to join us right here and present mementos to the team, but we will proceed with a quick photo op right here. Can you have a huge round of applause for our esteemed panelists, everybody? big thank you to the entire team, right from Mr. Dipankar Sanyal, Mr. Mangesh Shinde, Mr. Saival Gupta, Mr. Vikas Nawal, and our moderator, Kanchan Srivastava. A big round of applause for our esteemed panelists, everyone. Thank you so much for joining in and sharing your thoughts, your knowledge. With this, it's time for our expert opinion, ladies and gentlemen. And the speaker for this session, well, the session is on the rise of programmatic digital out of home. And the speaker is someone who has blazed into digital marketing a decade ago with prior experience into animation and the creative domain. She takes an in-depth, hands-on programmatic business approach to global clients for building the market prominence by strategically using new age media. She describes herself as chief evangelist and focuses on bringing the ROI for businesses with emerging technologies and innovation. In her current role at Zaxxus, she leads the client engagement and oversees the wide spectrum of clients for helping their business grow and innovate digitally. Please welcome on stage Dimpy Yadav, General Manager, Zaxxus India.
Please. Yeah. And I need to use. Perfect. Thank you so much. So first of all, I'm really excited because I think it's about the entire day has gone by. And to see a room full of audiences who now by the time has a lot of insights on DOH already, it gives me immense pleasure to come and talk about furthermore, which is PDOH. But to start with that, I would want to touch base on the fact that as we all know, pandemic had really hit us very hard, advertisers, right? And we knew as soon as that got over, the first thing that got picked by clients was out of home. Because everybody was stepping out of houses now, and digital, of course, has taken it. And I think that also gave a boom to OOH because clients were keen to understand what more can be done. So as we know, out of home had always been a very powerful medium to drive any kind of interaction or engagement or even an impact. But the curious question here is that how do we, kind of segregate DOH? And I'm sure since morning you have been hearing about it. We know that it's better for planning purposes. Activation can be done in a great manner. It's very agile. Execution is very much exceptional in terms of audience-based targeting. You can go ahead with dynamic creators, and we have already seen India doing that a lot by now. And lastly, your results are directly linked to business impact. But again, the question is that are we already at the evolution, and is that enough? So the world here is now, which is, yes, evolution of DOH is now PDOH. And while I have some very crisp 10 to 15 slides with me, but I expect this to be a very open conversation. And if you have any questions, I'd be very happy to take that. And I'm a person who talks in a very layman language, which I'll do even today. So you can, while keep on reading the slides, but I'll talk very layman, yeah? So when I talk about, see, I'm a person of programmatic. So when we talk about DOH, I always hear this from clients that DOH, where you're now going is programmatic DOH. How is that different? A. B, they say, is that an extension of out of home? Why do I put money on programmatic if I have to pay certain fees? Because then, if you're talking about programmatic, DSP, SSP, technology comes into role play. So clients are not very keen for that because, of course, that's an additional cost to it. So I want to really focus on the fact that when entire world is talking about audience-based targeting, that's only for the fact because you want to avoid your leakage, your impressions. But if we take ourselves back 10 years ago, which is how maybe TV or even newspaper used to be seen, right? That why do I do digital ads? Why do I do YouTube? Why do I do OTT? Or for that matter, online news when I already have something in an impactful manner. But if you're showing your ads to everybody and anybody without targeting, you may call it a cheaper manner that it's a fixed cost for you, but that's also an overexposed expression and maybe a wastage for you, which you don't want to do. So if you can buy something basis your audiences, that's a direct saving to you. In a long term, definitely. And today when we talk about our market, as you know, India is no more a market which is not evolving. And I'm really happy to share that across the globe, India is the second largest and leading market when it comes to programmatic. So when we talk about that kind of scale, and it's true, it's no other market, it's India, where most of the innovations are seen, where clients are moving towards programmatic at such a speed, 40% of digital spends are moving programmatic. So that's the speed at which we are running across. We have seen post-pandemic, connected TV has gone that way, which is where DOH is also going now. So the evolution of DOH is programmatic DOH, and please don't go by any kind of words here, right? They may be very complex to understand, but the ecosystem is very easy, and that's what I'm here for, right? So four clear terms that you see on the screens are: use audience-based planning, which is not a tool in a specific manner, but anything and everything that can help you buy your impressions, your visibility, basis the cohorts that you want to go for. So for an example, if your clients are doing a campaign, no client does a campaign which is only TV specific or only out-of-home specific or only digital specific. They cut their budgets, but definitely their dream is to go for a reach and to buy all of it in a very cumulative manner, which is only possible when the source of activating campaign is one, which is where programmatic plays a role for you. So if I'm a marketeer where I'm running my campaign and I have a budget to go for that, and as we all have seen it, even for out-of-home clients, they're always talking about ROI, and no matter how much we hate it, but even for all branding campaigns, impactful campaigns, performance as a word is now getting tagged along. So when you talk about performance, clients are really asking you that, okay, I'm spending my money, it's my advertising budget, but what am I getting in return? So to get in return, what you really want is a return on investment. So out of home, the future, why am I saying programmatic out of home? It does not even help you only on measurement, accountability, because you can do that on digital out of home also. But the thing is, when you talk about efficiency, how do you build on that? For every campaign, eventually the agenda is reach, and they want to lower it down. So just imagine a world where you can buy all your digital campaigns, which is say YouTube, your display, e-commerce, etc., and club that together with your digital out of home and bring on efficiency. So if a person has been exposed an ad, certainly on some certain screens on DOH, when you retarget them on a mobile, to take them on an offline store, which is where you can build on efficiency and prove that your channel is working. So moving to next, this is again one of a capability which you can find. So when I say audience-based planning capability, I did not mean a cohort in terms of interest-based targeting or a keyword-based targeting, but a USP which certainly DOH carries, which maybe not other channel carries, which is a location-based targeting. And as you know, many changes are happening in India, especially around our privacy laws being formulated, which are going to impact the digital landscape in a very big way, the way it did for Europe market. The only solution that your digital clients are talking about is, what do you do in a cookieless world? I'm sure you must have heard these jargons. Now, you guys are the solution. Because when you talk about a cookieless world, from where else will you pick up the signals? Which is location-based signals, which is where DOH sits. So in no time, you can actually expect DOH to become mainstream and a main channel of selection for clients. Now for that, when you're planning, you're clearly saying that your audience-based approach is not basis the audience interest or their behavior or their browsing, but their physical locations. Which, what do you mean by that is location targeting. Second is understanding your behaviors as well in terms of your patterns, the way you locate around a certain city. Are you going to banks? You go to food courts? You go to certain shopping areas? That tells a lot about a user. It tells about a user in which areas are they doing a job, basis your everyday location pin which is pinging, right? Temporal targeting, understanding the kind of weathers, etc. So for an example, if it's raining outside, would you want to change your AC ad concept separately for Delhi, separately for Bombay? Different brands can sell it, which is where DOH plays a bigger role, and you don't have to manually plan that campaign. Can be done in fraction of seconds using the platform. Custom audiences, first-party data is playing a bigger role. Any article that you read about today, clients are just talking about building first-party data, identity resolution solutions. So which is where if as a channel out of home, DOH cannot club yourself with those capabilities, it becomes a very siloed approach. But when you talk about taking DOH to a programmatic capability, you can club that within a custom audience cohort. So it really advances your strategy with hardly any effort. It's just that what you have to do is, instead of a digital out-of-home campaign, you need to understand that why do you need a DSP and a SSP as a mandate to expand the horizon. So that's not an added technology on top, but I'll say a key to unlock that door for you. Moving to next, so that's clearly the power of programmatic DOH, which I call as PDOH. See, these four things which you call about, these are the keywords where you can just say that the USP of a PDOH could be flexible automate buying. yes, clearly, of course, it's a real-time bidding. That way it can be done. What I really find very interesting in this is premium inventory at scale. Right now, I think bigger problem for OH industry is a lot of publishers in the market, and for an advertiser to understand where do I put money, how and why, which publisher should I pick, should I pick them basis pricing, should I pick them basis location, and a lot of manual efforts are needed. But when you talk about programmatic activation for any channel, as you know, platform allows you a lot of capabilities like short form videos, the way we talk about video channel. Similarly, for out of home, you have screen limitations, right? So in the channel, you can select all of it together, which allows you to A, plan in a very effective manner, B, do a lot of omni-channel targeting, and it becomes very agile activation for you. This is one of the campaign which Mitsubishi had done, not for India market, other market. But again, their problem was that we were sitting on a lot of first-party data, and which we are activating on display and other video inventory. So how DOH is playing a role for us, and what can we do with it? And as you know, especially in India market also, past 2 years, we are seeing a decline in impact properties, which in a way is a billboard. So clients are not buying billboards anymore, or maybe I'll say inventory partners are also not building a lot on billboard. For their own monetization, they're moving more towards inventory audience buying. Now that really gives a space for impact, because we don't have a lot of impact opportunities for a client. And there's also, I would say, in my opinion, a misconception that DOH or PDOH is the money that comes from out-of-home budget. I contest it. Sorry, but I do. I feel at a client side, still there are two teams, and that's how budgets are segregated, and they carry different expertise. One is a TV team, which is the offline budget, still we call that. Second is the online budget. Now within online budget, we keep on expanding and seeing what kind of properties can we take in. We only had YouTube earlier within video, now we have OTT also. E-commerce is again a buzzing space, and of course online budgets are increasing, but also when it comes to impact, there is not a lot. And I feel like PDOH really can fill that gap in, because PDOH is not those big screens, hoardings on the highway. These are smaller screens at the airports, at the banks, at the metro stations, which are very much real time, which are helping target our audiences in a very immediate manner. If you all have seen, like I was recently, talking about some membership, and I could actually see that ad coming up. So even I believe that even today, no matter how much ban is that, but basis your voice recognition, yes, ads are being shown to you. So similarly, if you're searching something on your phone, how is it not possible that connections are, passing by via DSP? It is very much possible. So you can use that. So I feel that it's very under-indexed, underutilized area, where when it comes to out of home, those teams hardly invest money on small screens. When it comes to digital, those screens are big screens. They're impactful screens. But it's just that I hardly see anybody going and pitching that money from a digital team. Still, that money is tried to being pitched to an out-of-home team, for whom the relevance is maybe very small. So in my opinion, I really see PDOH sitting out of digital monies, which is where Mitsubishi had done this campaign. They wanted to utilize the first-party data, which was being used here just to index audiences, understand their behaviors, and see what kind of sites should be activated. Once they were activated using the DSP, as I said, using only large format as a segregation. So site areas location was not given. What was given is XYZ size is what we require to target our ads. Basis that campaign was done, and using measurement, we had seen then later how many people who got exposed to this ad later also went to the store, physical store. So it became an online targeting to an offline measurements campaign. Very clearly, an omni-channel campaign went for an award as well. That's one of the capability. And of course, that resulted in an uplift of your brand recall, the store visit as well. So this slide talks about the very much future of PDOH also, which is marketing science. In my word, I call it AI. As we know, artificial intelligence 4 years ago was just a word being talked about, where AI is equal to robot, is what we used to call. That, there's going to be a robotic world. Will they replace humans? How will that play a role in media? Now today that's a reality. And since I am a country head for the biggest and the largest programmatic LC unit in India, which is Axis, so we do a lot of artificial intelligence-backed data optimization, activation, automation. And how does that play a role for you here is that we humans, we require sleep, we need break. I'm here, not at work, right? But AI does not do that. And when we talk about campaigns, if I see an ad right now, all of you, there are so many components behind that. Ad is shown to a male in a particular geography, in a particular phone, when you were on a particular website, searching for a particular content. So even for one impression, I just counted 7, 8 different mediums. So for every impression that comes your way, there's so many data strings attached, which is impossible for a human eye to really catch, calculate, or even optimize on, which is where AI plays a role for you. It optimizes the campaign for you. It builds on definitely different algorithms for you, where we build different models that this is my campaign goal, and at the end what I really want is XYZ reach. So what kind of channels do I pick? Which is what we are building as planning tools, internal agency planning tools. So it formulates a media plan that 10% money should go on, say video, this property should be take XYZ inventory size in terms of the creative formats, etc. Which is where AI plays a role. So we don't call it an artificial intelligence-led campaign, but an amplified intelligence, where a human plus AI brings better efficiency, which is where we see definitely DOH going forward. Because as I told you, that DOH sits on a lot of data, which is a location-based data, the future of it, what we really want to go for. And when we talk about campaigns, performance is coming, alongside. So you cannot say that it's a branding campaign, it's an impactful campaign. Every campaign has to have an ROI. So when we talk about that, we need to understand that out of home clearly is an offline world, and DOH is making it turn towards an online. But instead of moving from offline to online, it can also act as a bridge between both. Not moving from one to another, but being a connector for both. Which means that you can drive better efficiency. You can provide better omni-channel-led campaigns. I'm not saying move out of home monies to POH or DOH, but what you can do is have a campaign where programmatic digital out of home campaign can build an incremental tool for you, which can be a connector for you. That okay, we have taken XYZ out of home screens. Now can we index those audiences? So let's go on to that also. I will just spend only 5 seconds on this slide. How marketing science is basically a kind of helping advertisers run their campaigns. As we all know, even as audiences, we're always on Google searching so many keywords. We're on social, at least me, always on Instagram, right? So there's a lot of data that we're leaving for us in terms of our search queries, in terms of our social browsing pattern. So even for out of home, all those queries, all that data is definitely a great converter for you to understand your audiences, retarget them, understand in a way how a search query where you understand a particular audiences may be interested into food. So near food hubs or food courts, can you convert that to a big screen, creating an impact for an advertiser, which is where marketing science plays a role for you, where you write all those models and algorithms. Now, why I wanted to talk about journeys to you, I just mentioned this, that out of home screens when you're taking, it really matters what kind of audiences are they. So it's a tool built at Group M called Journeys, used for all 3 mediums, out of home, DOH, and then PDOH. So for out of home, Journey is a tool which helps you. So we have mapped all the sites in India on out of home, I'll say majority of them, where it also combines back to the fact that what are the interests and affinities of audiences. For an example, in the platform, you'll choose that, so I'm from Delhi, I'll take name from Delhi, that South Delhi as a region, and what all screens are there. And I really want to go only for audiences who are interested into food. Now, basis people available in those locations, the high indexing audience for food, it will show that within South Delhi, say, AIMS as an area is the one where you can see more foodie audiences. So you can pick your pick your offline sites basis that indexing score, which is where Journeys is helping you. Another campaign was being built and pitched on same, where a client, it was a moto client, they wanted to understand, they said, a lot of people come to my store, I want to understand where do they go back. So they come to the store, they do the test drive of the bike, but I want to understand where do they go back, where do they reside. My store is in Malviya Nagar, but within the radius of 5 kilometers, there are so many small pockets. So when I'm putting my out of home, because I'm putting a offer on exchange, so I only want to select those out of home sites where these audiences are residing and sitting. What we did, we captured audiences coming in on that store, particular store, for at least a month. Then we indexed them. Once we indexed them using a partner called LiveSite, we could understand locations where they're going back every day in the evening. So clearly they're the house pockets, with which we could understand that 70% of audiences are residing in these certain pockets, and let's pick up the screens which are in those pockets to drive more conversion and more recall for the brand, which is where such tools are helping you to better plan a campaign, because of course you can't buy all the sites, but out of all available sites, which sites are you buying? Which is the out-of-home campaign but becomes effective for you because it's backed by data, right? Similarly, when you're activating a DOH campaign, you can use same data to activate it. When you move towards programmatic, you can take it furthermore a step ahead in terms of activating across channels. Sorry, yeah. So as we know, the analytics suite, the way we call about that, offline media exposure, I just talked about. Interesting here is outcome tracking. So mostly traditional clients, when I'm talking to them, the concern I always heard is, yes, I spent my money. What is the output? What is the outcome? What am I getting? If I put money on a certain planning tool, that's a cost to me. How am I benefiting it? But if you do a programmatic campaign alongside, not taking all the money, but maybe 10% of it, you can prove the efficiency. You can say that people who got exposed to my out-of-home screens, can I now retarget them through smaller screens, which is maybe at the railway stations, airports, depending on the audience and the campaign. And I further retarget them using display, a digital campaign, and take them towards a landing page or take them towards the offline store that you want to have, and give you a proper proof of pudding in terms of what impact did this campaign lead to you. And you can also do some brand lift surveys also alongside if you want to do. Again, another just a case study for online bank on a similar methodology that I'm just talking about, which is how do you drive a quality in-store and an online customer visit using same methods that I'm just talking about. I'll skip this in interest of time. Just lastly, last slides I'm moving on. So as we say, connecting online and offline campaign, and my purpose today to come on the stage for this closing note is only for this, that when we talk about PDOH, clients are really confused, and it's not their fault because that's how market is evolving. If we talk about 10 years down the line, clearly, definitely PDOH will be the basic norm. But if we talk about 10 years before, how it was, I'm sure even to sell a YouTube or a OTT for any digital marketeer, it was a great challenge. Like client would say, why will I buy this? I have my GRPs coming in, I have my TV coming in. And now it's so surprisingly, I mean, it's great that 40% of the monies are going towards programmatic. Of course, it is adding a lot of value. That is why monies are going there and being flowed there, right? So similarly, I feel it's a great time, especially post-pandemic, because that pushed a lot of us towards the behavior and activities towards digital world. And when you talk about digital world, if that is very much accountable and measurable, similarly, out of home as a channel is going towards the same line. So I feel that I would urge you, all of you, that when you're speaking to your clients or when you're planning your own strategies, it's very important that you start flowing it together in both your offline budgets and your online budgets. Out of home definitely should sit within the offline budget, but within online, at least 10% of the budget should be used to experiment your programmatic DOH, marrying together with your out-of-home strategy. And that is when you see wonders coming in, the way you do with your traditional TV buying, and you have your YouTube or a video online advertising playing a role together with each other in a way jugalbandi is what we call. So clearly, two words is what you can pick is your digital insights and your DOH insights. You can club them together, and then you can have a curated combination of your campaign, which is driving a bigger impact. Just an example of DOH with other channel that you can do. Customer retargeting, as I told you, just an example that when you're doing an out-of-home campaign, why don't you club this together with DOH, collect audiences, retarget them using display, take them towards the offline store, take them towards the online store, which is where you talk about how do you amplify them across digital. And why is it omni-channel? Because you can club this together with your search and social signals. So for your client, out-of-home does not stand alone as a siloed approach, but very much an integrated approach, which is why going programmatic is important. And as you already know that this is with the last slide, the numbers that you see at the bottom are basis some campaigns that has been done just to identify what kind of lift can we expect. So since you could do a cross-channel targeting, so there's a difference in omni-channel and a cross-channel. Omni-channel is when you're buying your display, OTTs, video, PDOH together is like one omni environment. Cross-channel is when you're taking insights from another channel, like a search, like a social. We're able to understand that who are these people searching for certain keywords for this brand or their browsing activity on social, and take them back on your current campaign, which could be your PDOH, that is cross-channel. So when you use audiences using a cross-channel targeting, that drives more efficiency because the insights are stronger. Omni-channel targeting is more to do in order to avoid duplication of reach. Somebody who has been exposed to a digital campaign, suppose display, should not be exposed more on programmatic DOH. That becomes omni-channel, capping of audiences. But when you want to use insights from a different channel like a search and social, use them on your current channel selection, which in this case is programmatic DOH, becomes a cross-targeting channel. So it is very effectively seen that when we did all of this, when we moved beyond basic standard creative capabilities to a very much integrated and immersive creative capabilities, we could see that DOH clubbed with mobile gave 69% higher store visits, which was different because when you talk about DOH, it is moving just from impact. So that's where you're saying that a lot of ROI is being driven. When you married DOH with TV, 55% higher brand lift was seen. Because TV, as you know, is known to have and give you a wider reach. But when you club that with a DOH, you can actually now make it more accountable, make it more measurable. And lastly, again, when you did that with social, again, we could notice 50% higher ad recall. So that's about it, guys. I hope it was insightful for you. And if you have any questions, I'm all happy to answer. No? All right, yeah.
Thank you so much, Dimpy, for sharing your insights and your in-depth analysis. I request you to be on stage for a minute more as we welcome Mr. Gulab Patil, CEO Lemma, to join us on stage to present a memento on our behalf. Let's welcome him with a huge round of applause, everybody. Thank you so much, sir, for joining in. And we'd love to thank Dimpy for her knowledge, for her experience, and this wonderful session that happened right now. A big thank you to Dimpy, and thank you, sir, for doing the honors. All right, with this, it's time for our valedictory address and our valedictory speaker. Well, what do I say about him? He's the chairman of Selwell One Group, brings with him more than 40 plus years of experience in advertising business. He is, though, a chartered accountant by mistake, Jiha, and his dynamic approach and passion for innovation has helped the group dominate outdoor advertising. He has pioneered many firsts in Indian outdoor advertising industry and has personally negotiated the first private equity placement in an outdoor advertising company in India. This was Citibank's investment in the equity of the company. He is the vice president of WOO, the World Out of Home Organization. I request you all to all rise up, stand up for a second, and let's welcome everybody. Let's make it special for him. Mr. Numi Mehta, chairman of the board of Selwell One and the chairman of the Indian Outdoor Advertising Association. Let's welcome him with a huge round of applause, everybody.
It's been 2 long days, so many topics, so many speakers. I think we are all beja fried. Thank you for sticking on to the bitter end. Thank you for being here. But more importantly, if you could all just get up and stretch a little bit, I think it'll do you a world of good. I know I got a backache for sitting so long. I approached a creative director and asked him, how do I get an audience to respond after 2 long days and I'm the last speaker? His advice was, talk about sex. No, I can't do that. But I will leave you with a thought. Just last Sunday, we had Mother's Day, and everybody was going around saying, Meri Ma, all the good thoughts. But came Monday morning, the traffic jam on Western Express Highway, and the thoughts changed from Meri Ma to Teri Ma. Which of course reminded me of Harbhajan Singh and Andrew Simmons, where they had the monkey bath. You know, where the defense was he never said the word monkey, he said marquee, and Andrew Simmons thought he said monkey. I believe that's where the inspiration from monkey bath ultimately came from. Now, what does all this have to do with the topic at hand? Nothing. But my wife, Prochi, told me, when you speak, you've got to entertain. So I'm glad to see some of you smiling. An investment banker came to see me recently, and he said, where do you invest your money? So I told him I leave my investment by the roadside. He appeared shocked. Then I explained, look, I put up structures and they're on the roadside. So I invest my money on the roadside. He looked at it and he said, you know, I think you need more liquidity. I said, the government liquidates many of my structures quite often, thereby declaring them illegal from some pretext or the other. After that, I asked him for a loan and he went away. But outdoor advertising is going places, ladies and gentlemen. We are now on Bollywood's Schindler's List. Schindler's List has entered the market, and we are now proud to be on Schindler's List. I asked my friend over there, the general manager of Schindler, Anil Tuck, who's here, asked him how's business, and he replied with a straight face, mostly up and down. Gentlemen, I think you need to pick up some jokes and some laughter, please. Or if not that, at least some clapping. That would do also. Good, good. I'm glad. I have news for all the lovely media people here. Media worldwide is getting screwed. All media. All media except OOH. Let me share some statistics. The statistics are from Solomon Partners, one of the world's largest investment bankers, dealing in M&As, mainly in the media space. If the deal is below $1 million, they won't pick up the phone. Their research is incredible. And the facts that they show are even more so. Pay TV networks. Viewership peaked in 2016 at 98 million viewers. I'm talking about USA, the MyBop of outdoor advertising. In 2022, the viewership fell to 65 million people. By 2026, 2 years or 3 years later, it is expected to fall to just above 50 million viewers on TV. Direct to home, DTC streaming, the losses have increased. The combined losses today of Disney, Warner Brothers, Discovery, NBC Universal, and Paramount have grown from $6 billion to a loss per annum of over $10 billion. In a nutshell, media companies have lost 50% share value in the last 1 year, Jan to December 22. So what has grown? OOH grew 21%, and short-form video grew 7% in 2022. In 23, OOH is reckoned to grow by 12% in USA and short format at 10%. Digital bashing saw Google and Google and Meta combined share falling to below 50% for the first time of the US pie. Below 50%. The first time ever since 2014. So why are we reeling off so many numbers of the US? India is now taking its place on the international scene. We've taken the chairmanship of the G20 and we're looking to emerge as the world power. We are naturally affected by what goes on all around the world. But let me come back closer home and say what's happening in India. But before I do that, I must point out to you the new elephant in the room. In the US, all major retailers have their own media network. Albertsons Media, Best Buy Ads, CVS Media Exchange, Home Depot, Kroger's, Low One Roof, Macy's, WAG, etc., Walmart, and so on. These are the new chains, and they're taking a sizable piece of the pie. Amazon, of course, remains the big daddy with $38 billion in revenue in 2022, which is expected to rise to $55 billion in 2 years. The third wave of digital advertising is upon us. It is called retail media, and it's going to be the biggest we've ever seen. I bet you never saw that coming. The chaos of fragmentation of media as audiences shift, with linear TV shrinking, radio losing ground, podcast streaming gaining ground, print losing out, circulation falling to 24 million from 40 million. The time consumption on mobile media has increased. The time consumption on mobile media is now 8.2 hours a day. 4 points stand out in the market. Price matters. OOH ad recall outpaces mobile and digital. Advertisers moving towards brand marketing, and brands want reach and impact with large format media. What's happening in India? No, we are not 4%. We're over 5,000 crores, and that puts us at 6% plus. We are taking steps in the IOAA to create an ADEX going forward, which will provide more accurate data on an annual basis. So many handicaps have been mentioned in OOH. They talk of diffused ownership, too many small players. But this is natural, it's a local medium. It's been so in every country around the world. What makes it different is the consolidation progress. Why hasn't consolidation happened? Because the big bucks haven't arrived as yet. When they do, the market will dramatically change and there will be consolidation. We have the additional problem of generation. The generations have what we call the legacy element. A person who inherits a business automatically feels emotionally attached to it, and that emotional attachment causes valuation expectations far in excess of reality. We talk of no credible third-party monitoring, but this problem is easily solved. The only problem that is not solved is who's going to pay for it. If the client expects another freebie, it's not going to happen for a long time. Lack of third-party data and recognized viewership data has often been mentioned. The platform for measurement is ready. The app is ready. What is not ready is the agency's willingness to take to it. As soon as the agencies make up their mind that measurement is indeed wanted and they subscribe to it, we will be on our route to well-measured outdoor advertising assets. We can have the best sites in the country, across the country, the numbers ready in less than a quarter. But the agencies need to come on board. The media owners will automatically follow suit. From IOA's point of view, all we can say is we can lead a horse to water, but there's not much we can do to make it drink. People have mentioned lack of clear regulatory bodies, which means that it's not known whether the sites are legal or illegal. This is a problem with India's federal structure. Sometimes bashing into the central government structure. DMRC claims they have a right. PWD claims the right is theirs since it's on their road. And the municipality says our permission has not been taken, the site is therefore illegal. These are legally tendered sites which have been bid for and taken by entrepreneurs in the OOH field. It seems everything in Delhi is grey. Even the rights of the state versus the center needed an interpretation from the Supreme Court recently. What can I say? But ye hai India, meri jaan. However, the digital revolution has begun. The proof is in the golden miles on the Western Highway just outside this hotel. Large, small, and smaller still LEDs already beam messages. Experts opine that they are not true digital media. Perhaps, but we'll get there. We'll get there in our own time, in our own way, making all possible mistakes. But we will get there with a little luck and a lot of jugaad. We are Indian after all. Lack of proper creative? Really? You're telling the media owners the lack of proper creative? What are the agencies doing? One of the greatest problems that we face as media owners is the law, or rather the lack of it, the lack of the law of torts. The law of torts emphasizes small grievances, small problems get solved with a penalty paid by whoever is responsible. In India, no one is responsible. If my site gets removed, it's just bad luck. We had purchased a company after going through all the licenses and found the licenses valid. And a year later, half the licenses were tendered invalid because they said they had not been correctly got and were in violation of some law or the other. Who got punished? Not the people who gave the license, not the authorities, not the person who sold the company. The only one that got screwed was us, because we bought the company based on all legal documentation. A law of torts would have set this right in no time. A lot has been spoken about programmatic. We've heard tons and tons of data. So far, programmatic has proven to be, and hear this carefully, a race to the bottom. A revenue that has highly been discounted. Normally we give a discount of at least 25% to make it attractive to put onto programmatic. From that, 40% is taken away. 40% is taken away by the DSP or SSP, of which 28% goes to Google, the rest are their own fees. The only way you can make money on programmatic is to try to be an SSP or a DSP. But that space too is now coming under the lens of Google, who want to claim the last 7 or 12% that's possible in this particular medium. If anybody wants to go up and fight against Google and build their own DSP or SSP, go right ahead. I will be busy trying to put up another 40 by 40 on the Western Express Highway. Digital OOH is one to many. But the advantage is it can have a layer by which the many can also talk to the one. So you can get both mass and personalized medium in one single ad by using the combination of the smartphone and your digital ad. Make no mistake, digital outdoor is here to stay, and so are we. Digital will grow, and so will we. But it's not an us versus the agencies situation. It is us and agencies. We are two sides of the same coin. We both dine at the same table. Together we can prepare a feast. We need the agencies to help prepare the measurement sauce, which spices up our media offering and makes OOA experience a delightful culinary journey. Otherwise, the table will remain bare and we will be left fighting for scraps. What can I say? But let the feasting and the celebrations begin. Thank you.
I think, although this was the last session of this conference, but I think with the wonderful examples that you shared and the interesting humor that you put across, I now know who the big daddy of OOH is. A big, big cheer for Mr. Numi Mehta, everybody, for being so humorous and so light even in the finale. And may I request and take this opportunity to welcome Arminio Ribeiro to join us on stage and present a memento on behalf of the entire team at E4M. Big round of applause, everybody, for Mr. Numi Mehta. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for joining in on stage. And ladies and gentlemen, with this, it's a wrap for your E4M OOH Conference 2023. Can we have a huge round of applause for the entire team at E4M? They've been putting in nights and days together to get this all together. And a big, big thank you to the Lemma team as well. Thank you so much for joining us. And I would request you all to vacate the hall because obviously now comes the big, big, big mega neons. Yes, E4M Neons OOH Award Ceremony is about to start in some time from now, and we need to prep up and we need to surprise you with something. Just a quick announcement, if you've not registered for the award ceremony, please contact the E4M team at the registration desk and get your wristbands. Yes, the lanyards will not be active from now. So even if you've registered, if you could go to the registration counter, and everybody, if you could get wristbands, because that's the entry requirement. And this is RJ Rahul Manjul signing off. See you as soon as possible. You're going to get ready, and it's going to be an amazing, amazing award ceremony.